Chapter 653. Butcher didn't answer Lu Yi too much. Maybe he didn't know, or maybe there were some things that were hard to say. But in this way, Lu Ye's original plan was ruined. He thought that under this catastrophe, Immortal Essence City had been completely conquered by the insect race, and the Immortal Essence defenders had been wiped out. Even the seemingly powerful city lord and the woman in red couldn't survive. He only needed to sneak into the city lord's mansion under the cover of his insect race squad to plunder the soul-cleansing water. But things weren't what he thought at all. In this Immortal Essence City, there were still many Immortal Essence defenders active. The city lord was probably still alive. If the city lord wasn't dead, even if he entered the city lord's mansion, he wouldn't be able to get the soul-cleansing water. This was somewhat worrying. This did mean that Lu Yi wanted the city lord to die, but his original plan couldn't be carried out. "Senior, when will you go to the city lord's mansion?" Lu Yi asked. Although the hope was slim, he still wanted to try. After all, it was rare for him to come here. Compared to the battle merits, he wanted the soul-cleansing water more. This thing was crucial to his next plan. Moreover, he wanted to ask the city lord some questions, such as how he could leave this place. This time he entered Immortal Essence City, inexplicably. He couldn't stay here forever. He had to leave eventually, but Lu Yi didn't know what to do to leave. Maybe the city lord of Immortal Essence City could give him an answer. Butcher glanced at him and said, "My mission is to clear out the insect race in this area. I won't go back before the mission is completed." Lu Yi nodded and said, "I'll help too." If there was no hope of getting the soul-cleansing water, at least he could get more battle merits. Butcher was in the Divine Ocean realm, and most of the Immortal Essence defenders were in the True Lake realm. It would be safer to follow them. As long as Butcher could complete the mission, he could go to the city lord's mansion with him. "Up to you." Butcher didn't refuse. Lu Yi alone might not be able to help them much, but the insect race squad under Lu Ye's command was a force to be reckoned with. With the low intelligence of the insect race, they probably never thought that they would die under the attack of their own race. "By the way, Senior, what's with these buildings with lanterns hanging at the door? I remember that the last time I was here, the Immortal Essence Guardians were unable to enter." This was also what he was puzzled about. The last time he came in, these special buildings protected the foreign cultivators and blocked the Immortal Essence Guardians from pursuing them. Lu Yi thought that these buildings were similar to a forbidden area for the Immortal Essence Guardians. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The Immortal Yuan Guardians could enter. This time, the Immortal Essence Defenders could use these buildings to hide from the Immortal Essence Defenders. This time, the Immortal Essence Defenders could use these buildings to recuperate and hide from the insect race. Like I said, it's just a game. What you see is only what you see. Besides, there's always a way out, understand? Lu Yi seemed to understand a little, but it also seemed like he didn't. However, he quickly realized that the main point of Butcher's sentence was the last sentence. As expected, the mysteries of heaven were everywhere. Whether it was the opening of the secret realm last time or the insect race's attack this time, these buildings that were endowed with absolute protection provided the cultivators with space to hide and recuperate. Although Butcher was in the Divine Ocean realm, he didn't have the majesty of a Divine Ocean realm cultivator. Moreover, it seemed that he hadn't chatted with a living person for a long time. So he chatted with Lu Yi about many things, especially the current situation of the outside world. Lu Yi casually talked about it, and Butcher listened with great interest. From time to time, he asked some questions, and Lu Yi answered them one by one. He also asked Lu Yi about the method of controlling the insect race. Lu Yi didn't hide anything. Butcher was greatly surprised when he learned that it was actually the power of a divine pattern. He originally thought that Lu Yi was a cultivator of the beast taming school and could control the insect race because of the beast taming method. After resting for less than 2 hours, a group of Immortal Essence defenders set off under Butcher's lead. They were all on a mission. Moreover, There were many teams of Immortal Essence defenders like them in the entire Immortal Essence City. Each team was responsible for an area. The main reason why Lu Yi didn't encounter them before was because he was at the periphery of the Immortal Essence City. Now, most of the Immortal Essence defenders were located in the middle of the city. Lu Yi naturally didn't encounter them along the way. A Divine Ocean Realm cultivator led the team, and there were 7 to 8 true Lake Realm cultivators in the team. Such a force was very strong, and the insect race they encountered basically didn't have the power to resist. However, there were simply too many insect race cultivators in the Immortal Essence City. Once they were caught in a fierce battle and caused too much commotion, the insect race's reinforcements would be endless. Therefore, even though the overall strength of the team was very strong, they didn't act too recklessly. Butcher would always find a special building nearby as a retreat route. After killing a batch of insect race cultivators, he would then lead the Immortal Essence defenders to retreat and rest. This cycle repeated as they advanced towards the periphery of the city. Lu Ye's insect race team was of great help in many situations. In the chaotic battle, the 7 insect race cultivators picked up many advantages, allowing Lu Ye's battle merits to continuously increase. This also reduced the pressure on the Immortal Essence defenders. If Butcher and the rest were normal cultivators, then this would definitely be a battle without much suspense. Unfortunately, Butcher and the rest were all spiritual bodies, and there was no way for them to effectively replenish the energy consumed in the battle. Therefore, the more time passed, the weaker they became. The few Immortal Essence defenders whose strength was only at the Cloud River realm already felt somewhat transparent at this moment. However, they didn't seem to feel it and didn't care at all. When they rested, they chatted and laughed with Lu Yi. It was rare for living people to come to the Immortal Essence City. Moreover, it was a living person who could communicate with them. Therefore, these Immortal Essence defenders were incomparably enthusiastic towards Lu Yi. Each and every one of them pulled him to chat casually. There was even a female Immortal Essence defender with a fiery personality who asked some difficult questions. Lu Yi didn't answer, and the other Immortal Essence defenders sneered. After another big battle, Butcher led the Immortal Essence defenders to retreat and rest. Just like before, even if they were incomparably weak, even if their bodies had become translucent, these Immortal Essence defenders didn't care at all. They gave Lu Yi the feeling that they had already seen through life and death. Even in the face of death, they didn't have the slightest fear. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel respect for them. He hesitated for a long time, and finally went up to the 2nd floor alone to find Butcher. "What's the matter?" Butcher looked at him curiously. Lu Yi said, "There's soul cleansing water in the soul cleansing pool. It should be able to help you recover, right? Didn't you bring some out?" He originally thought that Butcher and the others would definitely bring some soul cleansing water with them to replenish their energy consumption. But now it seemed that they didn't have it at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have slowly weakened to such a state. The soul pool has soul fog, not soul water. Ordinary methods can't condense it at all, so it can't be brought out, Butcher explained. Lu Yi was stunned. He didn't expect it to be like this. Thinking about it, the soul cleansing pool was indeed filled with soul fog. Back then, he had built a huge soul gathering funnel to condense the soul cleansing water. For others, even those in the divine sea realm might not have the ability to do so. What Lu Yi didn't know was that for thousands of years, the spirit bodies in the Immortal Essence City had lived like this. Death wasn't scary to them. It was just a new journey. And the soul pool was very important. It was the foundation of the Immortal Essence City and even the other infinite mirage realms. As long as the soul pool was there, as long as its power wasn't exhausted, the Immortal Essence City wouldn't fall. So since ancient times, no one had ever thought of condensing the soul fog into soul water and bringing it out. If they really did it, it would be fine once or twice. But if it happened too many times, it would inevitably have some impact on the soul pool. So even if a powerhouse like the City Lord had the means to condense soul water, he wouldn't do it. You know about the soul pool? Butcher was a little surprised. Yes, I went there last time. Lu Yi nodded. Last time, he made a deal with the city lord. The city lord agreed to let him bring the amber giant armor into the soul pool to cleanse his soul. In the end, he fished out some soul-cleansing water, which made the city lord very angry. I don't have much of this left. You guys use it sparingly, Lu Yi said as he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Butcher. Butcher took it suspiciously and opened the bottle. Instantly, his eyes were filled with surprise. Where did you get it? As a spirit body in the Immortal Essence City, he could tell what was in the bottle at a glance. He couldn't figure out how Lu Yi got such a thing. What do you think? Lu Yi glanced at him. Butcher quickly reacted and laughed. The city lord didn't kill you. It seemed that he didn't kill him. Otherwise, Lu Yi wouldn't still be alive. Butcher finally understood why the city lord's mood was a little irritable after the secret realm opened last time. It turned out that it was because of this reason. Kid, I'll remember this favor. Butcher raised his hand and patted Lu Ye's shoulder. He raised his hand and urged his power to take a drop from the bottle and swallow it. In an instant, the weakness that lingered around his body dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Butcher went down one floor and nourished the remaining soul-cleansing water in the bottle to the other Immortal Essence defenders. The weak Immortal Essence defenders became lively again in a short period of time. After learning that this soul-cleansing water was actually contributed by Lu Yi, the Immortal Essence defenders, who had a good impression of Lu Yi, became even more enthusiastic. Yu Qing, a female spirit body with a fiery personality, looked as if she couldn't wait to repay him with her body. This made Lu Yi very embarrassed. On the other hand, the other Immortal Essence defenders watched the show from the side and gloated. Under Butcher's leadership, they used the special buildings as strongholds to clear out the insectoids on the streets one after another. Although their strength had been replenished, the task of eradicating the insectoids in this area was still difficult. After a series of battles, the Immortal Essence defenders became weak again as their strength was consumed. This time, however, there was no more soul-cleansing water to replenish their strength. Lu Ye's battle merits had exceeded 100,000, but he didn't feel too happy. Looking at the Immortal Essence defenders who were still smiling despite their weakness, Lu Ye's mind was full of doubts. Were these guys really not afraid of death at all? Even if they were spirits, they shouldn't be so calm in the face of death. To be continued. Chapter 654. Look at them, they're so happy. Yu Qing's soft body leaned over, and her voice rang in his ear. Although she was very weak and her body was not as solid as before, it was undeniable that Yu Qing in this state had a sickly beauty to her. However, Lu Yi did not think of her as a delicate woman. Although they had only known each other for a short time, he had already experienced her fiery personality. Are you curious why they're so optimistic? Yu Qing whispered into Lu Ye's ear. Lu Yi nodded and asked the question in his heart. Senior, are you really not afraid of death? Yu Qing rolled her eyes and said, Why are you calling me senior? You're making me sound old. An Immortal Essence guardian, who was eavesdropping on them, laughed. You're an old woman who's thousands of years old. Is it wrong for Lu Yi to call you senior? Yu Qing was furious. Lu Datong, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. The Immortal Essence guardian named Lu Datong did not care. He winked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, you have to keep yourself clean. Don't be tricked by this old monster. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Yu Qing grabbed a chair beside her and threw it at him. Lu Datong raised his hand to block it. Seeing Yu Qing's angry posture, he could not help but shrink his neck and admit defeat. Okay, I won't say anything. As he said this, he reached out his hand and pulled his mouth shut, as if he was trying to seal his mouth shut. Yu Qing glared at him fiercely before giving up. She turned her head and looked at him shyly. Her tone became gentle again. Call me big sister. Lu Yi sighed. Senior, please don't joke around. Yu Qing curled her lips. You're so boring. Serves you right for still having young energy. No woman outside will like you. Lu Yi was speechless. Yu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But don't worry too much. Death is nothing to people like us. It's not that we don't fear death, but we're already used to it. Sometimes, death can be a relief. Lu Yi did not know what kind of experience Yu Qing had to go through for her to say this. It seemed she was not the only one who thought this way. The other Immortal Essence Guardians also thought this way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so careless in this situation. That's why. Yu Qing patted Lu Ye's head, treating him like a child. If we really die in front of you, don't mind it too much. You're different from us. Living in the present is the greatest respect for the future. Lu Yi thought for a moment. S. Yu Qing nodded. Immortal Essence City's foundation is there. If the insectoids take over the City Lord estate, then the entire Immortal Essence City will truly fall. Yu Qing smiled. But don't worry too much. With the City Lord and Master Hong Yu there, the City Lord estate will be fine. For a few thousand years, the insectoids couldn't do anything to us. A few thousand years. This wasn't the first time Lu Yi heard this from the Immortal Essence Guardians. He frowned. You've been fighting like this for a few thousand years? It's always been like this. Lu Yi felt something wasn't right. If Immortal Essence City had been defending against the attacks of the insectoids for a few thousand years, how could it hold on? At the very least, how could there be so many Immortal Essence Guardians in Immortal Essence City? People would always die in war. Spirit bodies were the same. The insectoids couldn't take it over once or twice, but there was no reason they couldn't take it over after a few thousand years. Even with the City Lord and Hong Yu there, it wouldn't be enough. Hong Yu was probably the woman in red that Lu Yi met last time. But before he could ask, Butcher walked down from the second floor and said plainly, "Let's go." All of a sudden, all the Immortal Essence Guardians stood up. Yu Qing raised her hand and patted Lu Ye's shoulder. Do what you did before. You must protect yourself. No matter how great the danger is, don't rush to the rescue. Lu Yi nodded subconsciously. Walking out of the building where they were hiding, the Immortal Essence Guardians continued their mission of eliminating the insectoids under Butcher's lead. Their progress was quite smooth. Although the Immortal Essence Guardians were getting weaker due to the consumption of energy, the insectoids were generally weaker as they went further out. As Yu Qing said, the insectoids' target was the City Lord estate. Therefore, the closer they were to the City Lord estate, the stronger the insectoids were, especially the outer area of the City Lord estate. It was basically the battlefield of the Divine Sea Realm cultivators. Many insectoids comparable to the Divine Sea Realm were basically active there. This was also the reason why Lu Yi hadn't encountered any Divine Sea Realm insectoids before. With his current strength, if he really encountered a Divine Sea Realm insectoid, he wouldn't be able to fight back. Even the concealment and aura-concealing spiritual tattoos might not be effective. The commotion caused by the battle constantly attracted more insectoids wandering nearby. Led by Butcher, the entire Immortal Essence Guardians was surrounded. If they were at their peak, it wouldn't be a big deal to deal with such a situation. But now, all the Immortal Essence Guardians, including Butcher, were extremely weak, which made the situation a little anxious. Fortunately, Lu Yi was still there. He had been staying at the outer area of the battlefield, controlling his insectoid team to kill the enemies in the chaos, gradually reducing the pressure on the Immortal Essence Guardians. If nothing unexpected happened, the Immortal Essence Guardians would eventually win this battle. However, something unexpected happened very suddenly. When the blade flashed with a cold light, the bodies of two Immortal Essence Guardians were suddenly torn into pieces. Their dim bodies quickly turned transparent at this moment. Their faces were full of astonishment. Obviously, they didn't expect such an unforeseen event. In the blink of an eye, the two immortal essence guardians were gone. Beside them, an inconspicuous praying mantis insectoid, which was covered in wounds, burst out with a powerful aura. It was a divine sea realm insectoid. Normally, a divine sea realm insectoid wouldn't appear in such a place. Besides, it was covered in wounds. Obviously, it had gone through a tough battle. This insectoid should have come from the direction of the city, Lord's Mansion. It was wounded in the battle there, so it needed to devour the corpses of other insectoids to recover. Somehow, it came here and happened to run into the immortal essence guardians, led by Butcher. No one had paid any attention to it before it made its move. However, its thunderous attack had instantly reduced the originally complete immortal essence guard team by 2 members. The sharp boring knife slashed at Yuqing. Yuqing couldn't block such an attack at all. Seeing this, Lu Yi didn't hesitate at all. He activated wind travel on his legs and instantly removed his stealth state. Then he pounced on the battlefield. "How dare you!" Butcher shouted angrily. He raised the boning knife in his hand and blocked the fatal blow of the boring knife. The 2 divine sea realm insectoids instantly engaged in a fierce battle. One had yet to recover from his injuries, and the other was at the end of his rope. They fought in full swing and were evenly matched. The aftermath of the battle engulfed the insectoids, and they died instantly. The immortal essence guardians also responded at this moment. They worked together to open up a bloody path and avoided the battlefield of the divine sea realm. Lu Datong, who was leading the team, looked up and saw Lu Yi rushing toward them. He cursed under his breath and led the team toward Lu Yi. Another 7 insectoid teams created chaos on the side. The situation was chaotic. But soon, the immortal essence guardians came to Lu Ye's rescue. However, the situation wasn't good for them. Originally, with Butcher, a divine sea realm cultivator, holding the fort, the immortal essence guards would be able to deal with the overwhelming number of insectoids. However, now that Butcher was entangled with the divine sea realm mantis, Yuqing, Lu Datong, and the others were under a lot of pressure. If they were alone, dying in battle wouldn't be a big deal. But there was still Lu Yi on the battlefield. Before they set off, Yuqing specifically told Lu Yi that no matter what danger the others were in, he shouldn't rush to their rescue. He only needed to protect himself. Of course, Lu Yi remembered it in his heart. But how could he do nothing when he saw 2 immortal essence guardians die tragically? At that moment, his body acted before his mind. "Break out! Return to the stronghold!" Yuqing shouted. The nearest stronghold was only 1 street away. Under normal circumstances, such a distance wasn't too far. But if they wanted to kill their way out of the encirclement of the insectoids, the chances were slim. But at this moment, no one had a choice. If they continued to stay here, they would only be waiting for death. No one expected that there would be a divine sea realm insectoid hidden in such a place, which made this mission so dangerous. The insectoid team played a miraculous role as usual. Under Lu Ye's control, they formed a barrier behind everyone, blocking the pursuit of many insectoids. But in the end, this was just drinking poison to quench thirst. It couldn't completely change the situation. Everyone fought their way forward. Immortal essence guardians fell to the ground one after another. In a short time, more than half of the team of immortal essence guardians had fallen. And because of the leakage of a large amount of energy, the remaining immortal essence guardians' spiritual bodies became more and more illusory. Yuqing's body became translucent, but she and Lu Datong guarded Lu Yi tightly. Behind them was the violent battle between Butcher and the Mantis. The immortal essence guardians surrounded Lu Yi in the middle and fled for their lives. Seeing the immortal essence guardians fall one by one, Lu Ye's heart rippled with grief, spreading in his heart. "Hurry up and send him in!" Lu Datong shouted angrily and turned to face the insectoids who were chasing after them. When Lu Yi looked back, he only saw the blabbermouth Immortal Essence Guardian being drowned by the insectoid tide. Chapter 655. The short distance of a street had become the boundary between life and death. The Immortal Essence Defenders turned around to block the insect tide without hesitation, but they were soon drowned. The building with red lanterns hanging at the entrance was finally in sight. Yu Qing was the only Immortal Essence Defender left beside Lu Yi. Her spiritual body was in an abnormal, translucent state, and it was clear that she was on the verge of dissipating. At the last moment, she grabbed Lu Ye's shoulder and flung him away while shouting, "Hide inside!" In midair, the mountain saber unleashed a saber light, and the blood of 2 locust-like insects splattered everywhere. Lu Yi landed in front of the building. When he turned around, he could no longer see Yu Qing's figure. Behind him was a torrent of insects that blotted out the sky. He hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed into the building, then closed the door behind him. Soon after, the fierce attacks of the insects were heard from outside. However, the building was endowed with a special protective power, so no matter how the insects attacked, they could not break through it. Lu Yi clenched his fists, and his face was gloomy like never before. The sorrow in his heart made him feel an indescribable pain. He did not spend much time with Yu Qing and the others, so they were at most strangers who met by chance. They were not even friends. However, the Immortal Essence Defenders had sacrificed their lives to protect him at the last moment. If it were not for the Immortal Essence Defenders, Lu Yi speculated that he would not have been able to escape to this stronghold. Come to think of it, he had only given the butcher half a bottle of soul-cleansing water. What did he do to make the Immortal Essence Defenders entrust their lives to him? The attacks of the insects outside were still fierce. A street away, more intense fighting noises could be heard. It was clear that the butcher and the divine ocean realm insect were fighting fiercely. Until a certain moment, the fighting noises suddenly subsided. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He did not know the outcome of the battle, and whether the butcher had won or lost. Just as he was thinking about that, the noisy insects outside became even more lively, and the unique hisses of the insects could be heard constantly. Lu Yi seemed to have realized something, and hurriedly looked through the crack in the door. He saw many insects gathered in a certain area on the street, and saber lights were constantly flashing in that area. One insect after another was cut into pieces by the sharp saber lights. Butcher's fat figure then charged out and quickly arrived at the door. Lu Yi hurriedly opened the door, and the butcher flashed in. After the butcher came in, Lu Yi closed the door again, and the outside became lively again. "You're the only one." Butcher looked around and suddenly asked. Lu Yi lowered his head. "My seniors were protecting me on my way back, but they all died in battle." Butcher seemed to see the guilt in his heart and chuckled. "If they don't protect you, they won't live for long anyway. If they die, then they die. Don't take it to heart. They—" Before he finished speaking, Butcher paused. His face suddenly revealed a meaningful expression. "He changed the topic. Since you survived, then live well. Don't let them down." The butcher stepped forward and handed over his boning knife. "I'll leave this to you. You must take good care of it." Lu Yi was stunned. He looked up and his expression changed. "Senior?" The butcher sat down cross-legged and sighed. "I'm a bit tired. Rest for a bit. Don't mind it." With that he closed his eyes. His nearly transparent body distorted and disappeared, and the boning knife in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He had won the battle just now, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. He had forced himself to return here, but he could not hold on any longer. Lu Yi was speechless as he looked at the spot where the butcher disappeared. He didn't know what kind of belief supported these Immortal Essence Defenders, but from the few conversations he had with Yu Qing and the others, he learned that they had been fighting this kind of war for thousands of years. After thousands of years of continuous fighting, these Immortal Essence Defenders had the idea that death was a release. Lu Datong, Yu Qing, and the immortal Yuan defenders, whose names Lu Yi could not name, had not shown any fear at the last moment of their lives. They had never been afraid of death. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yi stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the spot where the butcher disappeared. Then he picked up the boning knife and put it in his storage space. Then he found a place to sit down cross-legged and took a spirit pill to recover. The butcher team had been wiped out, but their mission had not been completed. Even if it was out of remembrance and respect, Lu Yi still wanted to carry out the original mission for them, which was to wipe out the insectoids in this area. He had many wounds on his body, all of which were left when he broke out of the encirclement. These wounds were difficult to heal. He could have used the soul-cleansing water, but he had given the last of it to the butcher. However, he still had the strength to fight. He just had to be careful not to consume his spiritual energy. In his perception, there were still 5 insectoids in his team. The other 2 were killed by other insectoids in the chaos. With 5 insectoids and himself, as long as he was careful enough, it should not be a problem to complete the mission for the butcher team. The premise was that they did not encounter any more divine Sea Realm insectoids. However, it was not easy to encounter divine Sea Realm insectoids. This encounter was purely a coincidence. These powerful insectoids were usually close to the city, Lord Mansion. The noise outside gradually calmed down. There was no more laughter in the stronghold. There was only silence. After resting for 4 hours, Lu Yi got up and looked outside through the crack in the door. There were not many insectoids scattered around. 5 of them were controlled by his subordinates. With a thought, he gave the 5 insectoids an order, controlling them to move closer to the insectoids that were close to them. The moment Lu Yi opened the door, all the insectoids in his field of vision were alarmed. Driven by their instincts, they rushed over. However, the slaughter had already begun. When the 5 controlled insectoids attacked, their lives were instantly extinguished. Lu Ye's figure turned into an afterimage as he charged forward. He unsheathed his Pan-Shan saber and slashed out a crescent-shaped blade light. The insectoids charging at him fell in a row in an instant. He did not control the commotion of the battle. In fact, he deliberately made it louder to attract nearby insectoids. Next to him was a stronghold where he could hide. If the situation was not good, he would rush back immediately. This way, he could ensure his own safety. More and more insectoids were attracted. The battlefield was littered with insectoid limbs. Specks of golden light floated to the back of Lu Ye's hand from all directions. He did not have the time to check his contribution. There was only one thought in his mind: kill all the insectoids in his field of vision. This battle ended after 2 hours. Lu Yi dragged his exhausted body back to the stronghold to recuperate. Outside the door, the 5 enslaved insectoids were quietly guarding. Half a day later, the door was opened again. Lu Yi walked out. Although he had tried his best not to use his spirit during the battle, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. There were many times when he could not control himself. Compared to before this battle, Lu Yi was undoubtedly weaker. However, this weakness was only in his spirit. It did not affect his ability to exert his strength. He landed on the spider insectoid's back in a flash and activated the concealment and aura-concealing spirit tattoos. Under Lu Ye's command, the 5 insectoids moved in the direction of the next stronghold. Lu Yi only knew that the Butcher Squad's mission was to clear out all the insectoids in this area. However, he did not know how big this area was. The only thing he was sure of was that the scope of the clearing was from the inside to the outside, so it was correct that they were heading toward the outside of the city. He had originally walked from the periphery to the middle of the city. In the end, he had to turn back again. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Fortunately, the closer he went to the periphery, the lower the average strength of the insectoids. Every time he found a stronghold, Lu Yi would first check the surroundings to see if there were any powerful insectoids. If there were, He would rely on his insectoid squad to kill them. If there were none, he would directly cause a commotion in front of the stronghold and attract all the nearby insectoids. Fighting alone was undoubtedly very boring. Previously, with the Butcher leading the team, they had swept through everything. Insectoids did not have much power to resist. However, now that he could only rely on himself, Lu Yi felt the pressure. Fortunately, killing insectoids gave him battle merits. He rested again and again, killing enemies again and again. Rivers of blood flowed outside each stronghold, and mountains of corpses were piled up. Lu Yi did not know how many insectoids he had killed. He only knew that his battle merits were approaching the 200,000 mark. His body grew weaker and weaker. Lu Yi had a vague feeling that he would not be able to complete the mission for the Butcher Squad. He could not help but feel a little regretful. Finally, he arrived at the outermost area of the city. Looking ahead, a thick fog rolled in front of him, isolating the entire city. Looking at the thick fog, Lu Yi could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Every time he entered the Mirage realm in the past, those monsters would charge out from this fog. He was once very curious about what was inside this fog, so he had once entered it to investigate. Unfortunately, he had not gone far before he was mysteriously killed. He did not expect that there would be such a thick fog outside Immortal Essence City. What would it be like if he walked in? Lu Yi quickly dispelled the thought in his heart. Although he didn't know what would happen if he walked into the thick fog, he was certain that the outcome wouldn't be good. It was better to stay in the Immortal Essence City and move about. He changed direction and led his insectoid squad to the side to continue the mission of eliminating insectoids. One street after another was cleared out. Wherever they passed, all the insectoids were killed. Lu Ye's body grew weaker and weaker, and he was already showing signs of becoming translucent. Although he would rest after every battle, the exhaustion of his spiritual energy still made him feel a little dizzy. There was only one thought in his mind at all times, which was to close his eyes and have a good sleep. Who cares if the world is turning upside down? To be continued. Chapter 656. In front of a stronghold, a fierce battle was taking place. Lu Yi staggered and instinctively swung his saber. Although he would rest for a while after each battle and consume spirit pills to replenish his spiritual power, it was not so easy to replenish the power of his spirit. As a result, his body was almost transparent at the moment. The voice in his head kept telling him to close his eyes and rest. But Lu Yi knew that in his current state, if he really closed his eyes, he would never wake up again. His strong willpower supported him, allowing him to shine like a candle flame in the wind in the last moments of his life in this dilapidated city. His insectoid squad had been through a lot of battles, and only 3 of them were left. Even these 3 insectoids were covered in wounds, just like him. He was truly at the end of his road. Since he started cultivating, Lu Yi had encountered many dangers, and many of them were dangers that were difficult to resolve with his own ability. However, he had never been forced into a desperate situation like this. Lu Ye's mind flickered as a connection was suddenly severed. The groggy Lu Yi did not know where this feeling came from, and it took him a while to react. Of the 3 insectoids under his command, another one had died in battle, leaving only 2 left. Even these 2 would not live past today. Lu Yi squeezed out the last of his strength and swung his mountain saber to kill the insects around him one by one. After the Butcher Squad was wiped out, he only wanted to help them complete their mission. However, at this moment, he did not know what kind of belief was supporting him. Perhaps it was only because the Immortal Essence defenders had risked their lives to protect him. They had exchanged their lives for his survival. Because of this, he could not let them fail their mission. Nevertheless, there was a limit to human strength. He could not help but feel a little regretful. After this battle, he might not be able to fight anymore. He would have to hide in the stronghold and recuperate for a long time to see if he could improve his condition. While the battle was going on, Lu Yi did not notice that several figures were standing on a roof a few hundred meters away. They were quietly watching. The dead butcher, Lu Datong, Yu Qing, and the Immortal Essence defenders whose names he did not know were all there. The butcher squad had returned. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Lu Yi to not notice them, especially when these people were not hiding their figures at all. But at this moment, Lu Yi was about to run out of oil, and his vision was a mess. Not to mention a few dozen feet. He couldn't even see a few dozen feet away. What's the point of fighting so hard? Yu Qin looked at Lu Yi, who was fighting a bloody battle. You guys have gone too far. Lu Datong sighed. We should have told him the truth long ago. He probably thought that we were all dead. Master was the last to die. Master must have done it on purpose for not telling him. Yu Qing turned and glared at Butcher. Butcher Dan Dan said, Only between life and death can one's true nature be seen. If I had told him earlier, I wouldn't have seen the scene. This kid is pretty good. The group of Immortal Essence defenders all knew that Butcher's standards were very high. To be able to receive such an evaluation from him, Lu Ye's performance had undoubtedly entered his eyes. No wonder he was chosen. Butcher murmured again. What? Yu Qing looked at him in confusion. Nothing. Butcher shook his head. Hurry up and save him. We won't die if we die, but if he dies, who knows what will happen? Yu Qing yelled. Butcher glared at her. Impudent. Despite his words, his figure flashed, and he rushed toward the battlefield. The Immortal Essence defenders followed closely behind. On the battlefield, Lu Yi felt that his strength had completely dried up. He didn't even have the strength to wield his mountain plate saber. The battle had ended, and in his hazy vision, there was not a single insectoid in sight. Not only were the insectoids completely wiped out, even his own insectoid squad had been wiped out. It's over. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Lu Ye's mind relaxed. His body staggered and he fell forward. However, he didn't fall to the ground. At the critical moment, a large hand grabbed his shoulder and supported his falling body. Lu Yi raised his head weakly. Butcher's figure was reflected in his vision, and a rare smile of approval appeared on the fatty's face. Lu Yi was confused. He didn't know why he would see Butcher dead at a time like this. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by too much exhaustion. Behind the Butcher, he saw many other figures. The dead Lu Datong, Yu Qing, and those unfamiliar faces. Although he felt that it was an illusion, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Lu Yi stammered, Senior, the mission. In the end, the mission was not completed, but he couldn't hold on any longer. This time, he wasn't even sure if he could wake up after falling asleep. You did well. Butcher patted him on the shoulder. The mission is complete. On their way here, they had killed all the insectoids in the area they were in charge of. The only ones left were the insectoids on the battlefield where Lu Yi was. Although he felt that Butcher was comforting him, Lu Yi still forced a weak smile. That's good, he was puzzled. This illusion was too real. Without time to think, his head drooped and he lost consciousness. His almost transparent body distorted slightly at this moment. I'll send him to the city, Lord's mansion. You guys split into 3 teams and search around. See if there are any fish that escaped the net. Yes. Lu Datong and the others agreed. Butcher grabbed Lu Yi and gave the order. He soared into the air and flew toward the city, Lord's mansion, about 30 meters above the ground. Soon he disappeared. In the chaotic darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The light rapidly expanded, and as the light expanded, Lu Ye's dormant consciousness slowly recovered. The immense fatigue in his mind had long been swept away, replaced by endless comfort. A warm feeling came from all around, as if he had returned to his mother's body. He didn't know where he was. Although his consciousness had recovered, he hadn't completely woken up. He was still in a kind of half-awake state. His memory was a little fuzzy. He only vaguely remembered that he had experienced many difficult battles before, and some faces seemed to flash before his eyes. Without thinking too much, his awakened consciousness fell asleep again. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yi woke up again. This time he had truly woken up. After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Yi quickly recalled everything that had happened before he fainted. After the butcher squad had been annihilated, he had led his own squad of insectoids to hunt for insectoids in Immortal Essence City, helping the butcher squad complete their mission. But at the last moment, he didn't seem to be able to do his best. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel regretful. In the end, he still wasn't strong enough. Even though his special state allowed him to possess the strength of a true lake master from his fifth-order cloud river realm cultivation, there really wasn't much he could do alone in such a situation. Also, where am I? Lu Yi instinctively felt that his position was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he was at the moment. After a slight perception, his heart trembled. This was because he had discovered that the power of his spirit had become much stronger. Logically speaking, his spiritual energy had far surpassed that of cultivators in the same realm, so it wasn't easy for him to become stronger. But after he fainted, the growth of his spiritual energy was clearly visible. Was it because he had broken through his limits in that battle where he was at the end of his rope? Doesn't seem like it. It wasn't until now that he noticed the abnormality of his surroundings. His body was surrounded by a thick fog, making it so that he couldn't even see his fingers. This fog was no ordinary fog. Being in it made one's mind feel comfortable, as if they could soak in it for the rest of their lives. The scene in Lu Ye's memory instantly merged with the environment he was in. Soul fog. Lu Yi couldn't help but be surprised. The fog around him was clearly soul fog. The last time he came to Immortal Essence City, he had experienced such an environment. At that time, whether it was him, Giant Armor, or Hupi, they all benefited a lot. Soul fog only existed in the soul cleansing pond. In other words, he was now in the soul cleansing pond, but he was clearly unconscious outside a stronghold in the city. How could he have come to the soul cleansing pond for no reason? While he was puzzled, the butcher's face suddenly flashed in his mind, as well as the figures of Lu Datong and Yu Qing the moment before he fainted. He seemed to have seen these Immortal Essence defenders who should have been dead. But it was ultimately just an illusion. How could the dead be resurrected? In that case, other Immortal Essence defenders should have found him, brought him back to the City Lord's mansion, and placed him in the soul cleansing pond. Although the possibility was small, it was the only explanation. He had learned from the butcher that there were many Immortal Essence defenders active in Immortal Essence City, and they were just one of them. Each Immortal Essence defender squad was responsible for clearing out the insect race in an area. Perhaps another Immortal Essence defender squad had completed their mission and discovered him when they were scouting around. Although he didn't know who had brought him here, this was undoubtedly a life-saving grace. Lu Yi silently remembered this kindness. The depleted soul power was perfectly replenished. Not only that, but it was also much stronger than before. It could be said that Lu Ye's current state was better than ever. As the saying went, one would think of the after having enough to eat and wear. This sentence was also valid for Lu Yi. At this moment, he was not thinking of the thick soul fog around him. The last time he came here, he had taken a few bottles of soul cleansing water with him. Although he didn't know who had placed him in the soul cleansing pond this time. How could he miss this rare opportunity? Therefore, after learning about his situation, Lu Yi urged his power almost without hesitation and spread it out in all directions. Huge yin and yang primordial hooks connected and merged. In the blink of an eye, a huge spirit-gathering funnel was formed in the soul fog. To be continued. Chapter 657. Beside the soul cleansing pool in the City Lord Mansion, the City Lord of Immortal Essence City stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the soul cleansing pool quietly. His deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the heavy fog and look into the depths of the soul cleansing pool. Butcher was standing not far behind him. Previously, he had brought Lu Yi here and placed him in the soul cleansing pool. Since then, he had not left. Although Lu Ye's body had not completely dissipated when he brought him here, he was still a little worried. There were immortal essence guardians reporting the situation of the various battlefields in the city. Now, the invading insect clan in the city had basically been annihilated. This war had once again ended with Immortal Essence City's victory. It had been like this for thousands of years. What Lu Yi did not know was that the spirit bodies of Immortal Essence City were almost immortal and indestructible. They had left their divine soul imprints in the soul cleansing pool. So even if they died outside, they could be resurrected with the power of the soul cleansing pool. This was also the reason why Butcher and the others could be resurrected from the dead. The soul cleansing pool was the foundation of Immortal Essence City. If the insect clan wanted to capture Immortal Essence City, there was only one way. That was to destroy Immortal Essence City's defensive power with absolute military strength, capture the City Lord Mansion, and destroy the soul cleansing pool. Otherwise, no matter how many insect clan members there were and how strong they were, they would not be able to capture Immortal Essence City. Every time the insect clan invaded in history, the process was shockingly similar. In the beginning, Immortal Essence City was always at a disadvantage because there were too many insect clan members. There were also many powerful insect clan members. However, the insect clan members were killed, but the cultivators of Immortal Essence City could continuously come out of the soul cleansing pool and rejoin the battlefield. Under this situation, the threat of the insect clan would gradually be eliminated and Immortal Essence City would be able to win. This war had gone on for about half a month. The time when Lu Yi entered was when the war was at its most intense. Now, the war was about to end, and the huge gap in the sky had disappeared at some point. The Immortal Essence Guardian left after reporting the situation. Butcher was bored from waiting, so he asked, "City Lord, is this kid really the chosen one?" Although he had muttered a few words in front of Lu Datong, Yu Qing, and the others, that was only because he had heard the City Lord mention it. The City Lord was still looking at the bottom of the soul pool and said, "When he came in last time, 3 of the 4 symbols had gathered. This time, all of them have gathered. Moreover, he seems to have a powerful spiritual tattooist inheritance, which allows him to display some spiritual tattoos at will. If he is not the chosen one, I can't imagine how high the requirements for the chosen ones would be." Speaking of this, he changed the topic. However, he should only be one of the chosen ones. "There are other people who are chosen?" Butcher frowned. The City Lord said, "You won't put all your eggs in one basket, especially for that kind of existence. Over the past few thousand years, there should have been many people who were chosen. We have lived in Immortal Origin City for a long time, so we don't know anything about the outside world. Naturally, we don't know what happened to those who were chosen. But from the current situation, none of those who were chosen have really succeeded." Butcher nodded. "If someone really succeeded, then they wouldn't have to stay here and guard the Immortal Essence City. They would also gain complete freedom. However, there will be a result in the end. There is not much time left." The City Lord sighed. The last time he saw Lu Yi, he had said the same thing, but that was just him talking to himself, and no one heard it. Butcher's expression was dignified. "Sir, how much time do you think we have left?" "Who knows?" The City Lord shook his head slowly. "Presumably, you have also felt that the number of insects attacking the city has been increasing over the years. Correspondingly, the power of the soul pool has been decreasing year by year. Perhaps after a few decades, the power of the insects will be so strong that we can't resist it. Or perhaps after a few years, the soul pool will dry up and we will lose our immortal body. No matter what happens, Immortal Origin City will fall. At that time, 9 regions will perish." Butcher's eyebrows were heavy. As the cultivators of Immortal Origin City, they had been guarding here for thousands of years. These divine Sea Realm cultivators knew more secrets than the divine Sea Realm cultivators of 9 regions. The safety of Immortal Origin City was not only related to Immortal Origin City, but also related to the entire 9 regions. Perhaps the cultivators of 9 regions never knew that in such a place, There were many spirits that had been fighting against the insects for thousands of years and guarding the safety of 9 regions. Even if someone told them this at this moment, no one would believe it. After all, this kind of fact was somewhat ridiculous. As for the increasing number of insects mentioned by the city lord, it must be that the insect nest had been able to devour the power of the outside world. This was not a good phenomenon. If the connection between the insect nest and the outside world was strong to a certain extent, then the originally imperfect protection would inevitably have a bigger loophole. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. And the soul pool. Although the energy in the soul pool was extremely huge, in the past thousands of years, the spirits of a mortal origin city had been constantly resurrected, which was also consuming the power of the soul pool. One day, the power of the soul pool would be exhausted. At that time, the spirits of a mortal origin city would lose their immortal and indestructible characteristics. Various signs indicated that time was indeed running out. This world needed someone who could turn the tide, but whether or not those chosen could pass the final test was something that no one knew. After thousands of years of waiting, there was no result. Who could expect a miracle? For a moment, Butcher's heart was sad. "That brat woke up," the city lord suddenly said. "Is there any serious problem?" Butcher quickly asked. "He just consumed a lot of his divine soul power. What serious problem can there be?" "Sure enough, this brat has started to do bad things again." The city lord suddenly gnashed his teeth. Butcher suddenly asked, "He's stealing soul water?" In the entire 9 regions, soul cleansing water could only be produced in the soul pool. Previously, when Lu Yi gave him half a bottle of soul cleansing water, Butcher knew that the soul water came from the soul pool. Humph! The city lord coldly snorted and turned to look at Butcher. "You tell me what to do. He's not from a mortal essence city. Logically speaking, he can't enter the soul pool. Last time, in order to help you get out of trouble, I made an exception for him. This time, you said that he was included in your team, so I let him enter the soul pool to recuperate. Now, he actually did such a shameless thing. Tell me, should I slap him to death or slap him to death?" Butcher sneered. "He did help complete our team's mission. After we were all annihilated, he fought to the point of exhaustion. There's no problem for him to be an extra member." Previously, when Butcher brought Lu Yi back, the city lord was really surprised because he didn't expect Lu Yi to enter Immortal Essence City at this time. Then, he learned from Butcher how Lu Yi entered Immortal Essence City. This was also the reason why the city lord concluded that Lu Yi was the chosen one. If he wasn't the chosen one, how could he enter Immortal Essence City in such a way? Moreover, the timing was so clever. It was when the insect race attacked the city. If he entered at any other time, the entire Immortal Essence City would be dead silent. All the spiritual bodies were sleeping in the soul pool, and Lu, you wouldn't be able to get any benefits. However, because he entered at such a clever time, although he fought to the point of exhaustion, he still managed to get many benefits. However, as the city lord said, Lu Yi wasn't a cultivator of Immortal Essence City. Logically speaking, he couldn't enter the soul pool. It was Butcher who made the decision to include him in his team as an extra member. This made the city lord give him a way out and let him enter the soul pool to recuperate. However, Butcher didn't expect that after Lu Yi woke up, the first thing he did was to steal chickens and dogs. This made him feel awkward. Butcher stammered and said, "Sir, if you really want to kill him, then kill him." The city lord snorted. "You think I don't know how to?" Butcher laughed. "Sir, since you think he's the chosen one, why not give him a chance? Maybe he can really make it to the end. Doesn't blind often talk about karma? If we plant a seed today, maybe we can reap the fruit in the future." He was sure that the city lord wouldn't really kill Lu Yi. Even the city lord himself had the same idea. Otherwise, he would have stopped Lu Yi the moment he noticed that Lu Yi was stealing the soul water. Why would he talk nonsense with him here? Before he became a spiritual body, although he was a butcher in the city, he was also a clever person. How could he not see through the city lord's thoughts? Besides, he's just one person. Even if he steals some soul water, it won't reduce the foundation of the soul pool too much. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? The city lord stared at the soul-cleansing pool, the corners of his eyes twitching. If you knew his methods, you wouldn't say that. When ordinary cultivators entered the soul pool, even if they had the means to condense soul water, their gains would be limited. However, what did that brat do? He actually made a huge funnel. Endless soul fog poured into it and quickly condensed into soul water. He even saw Lu Yi make a water sack and place it under the huge funnel. He looked like he was going to fill it up. This was too much. Even a divine ocean realm cultivator like the city lord, who had lived for thousands of years, couldn't help but panic. If he really did that, the foundation of the soul pool would definitely be reduced. The soul pool couldn't last for many years. Once its foundation was reduced, it would only last for a shorter time. Butcher thought for a moment and said, "But we can't let him get the soul water for free. He should have gained a lot of battle merits from killing the insectoids. Sir, we can let him consume the corresponding amount of soul water." The city lord was hesitating whether to stop Lu Yi. Hearing Butcher's words, he nodded and said, "Good idea." Then he asked worriedly, how many battle merits did he get this time? "I'm not sure, but it should be at least tens of thousands." Lu Yi had killed so many insectoids, so he should have tens of thousands of battle merits. However, what Butcher didn't know was that Lu Yi had more than tens of thousands of battle merits. He had more than 300,000 battle merits. Chapter 658. In the entire 9 continents, even warriors at the Spirit Sea realm couldn't have such a large amount of battle credits. It wasn't that Spirit Sea realm warriors couldn't get so many battle credits. It was just that Spirit Sea realm warriors also needed to use battle credits to exchange for cultivation resources. Who would have so many battle credits with them? With over 300,000 battle merits, he could exchange them for 20 golden spirit lots. With Lu Ye's current 5th order Cloud River realm cultivation, if he had 20 golden spirit lots, he could easily break through to the 8th or 9th order. Although the city lord could see some of Lu Ye's movements in the soul pond, he had no way of knowing how many battle merits Lu Ye had. After getting the answer from the butcher, he immediately had a plan. However, even if he was the city lord of Immortal Essence City, he could not get the corresponding amount of soul water by consuming Lu Ye's battle merits. This kind of thing had to rely on the power of Heaven's secret. It just so happened that he could also test whether this person was the chosen one. If so, Heaven's secret would definitely respond. If not, naturally there would be no response. After making up his mind, he cupped his fists towards the void and softly chanted, "Immortal Essence City's Ji Yuan respectfully invites Heaven's secret. Today, an outsider named Lu Yi entered my Immortal Essence City and fought a bloody battle to the death. He killed the invading insect race and injured his spirit body. He was allowed to enter the soul pond to recuperate, but when he woke up, he had bad intentions and stole the soul water from the soul pond, destroying the foundation of Immortal Essence City. I should have killed him as a warning to others, but in view of his merits, I cannot bear to do so. I ask Heaven's secret to give him the right to exchange for soul water with his battle merits." Ji Yuan said this short speech without pause, sonorous and powerful. The moment he finished speaking, Heaven's secret fell from the sky. Ji Yuan raised his brow, and the butcher, who was standing behind him, showed a thought-provoking look. It was confirmed that the boy was the chosen one. Although Heaven's secret was omnipresent, and any cultivator could respectfully ask Heaven's secret to be a witness or sign some contracts, it was rare to see Heaven's secret bestowing a special power to a single person, especially when this matter involved the soul water in the soul pond. This was the foundation of Immortal Essence City. How could the high and mighty Heaven's secret not know the importance of soul water? But after Ji Yuan finished speaking, he still gave a response. That boy was definitely chosen, so he could receive such special treatment from Heaven's secret. Since Tianji had given Lu Yi the right to exchange for soul water, what else could Ji Yuan say? Ji Yuan wasn't sure what the exchange rate was, but he didn't need to worry about it. Heaven's secret would make its own judgment. Furthermore, soul water was extremely important. If that brat was really like what Butcher said and only had a few tens of thousands of battle merits, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for much soul water. That was what he thought. Lu, you didn't notice the commotion beside the soul cleansing pool. At this moment, he was concentrating on condensing the soul water. The last time he came here, he was only an 8th order spirit stream realm cultivator, although he was now a 5th order cloud river realm cultivator. Due to some special circumstances, his current strength was comparable to a true lake realm cultivator. Therefore, the spirit gathering funnel he constructed this time was much larger than the previous one. Naturally, the commotion it caused was incomparable to the previous one. The huge funnel emitted a boundless devouring power, swallowing the dense soul mist and condensing it into soul water. Lu Yi originally used a jade bottle to store the soul water, but he found that the soul water condensed too quickly, and the jade bottle was soon full. So he simply took out an empty water bag and placed it under the spirit-gathering funnel, listening to the sound of the soul water dripping into it. Lu Yi was in a wonderful mood, thinking that this was the most beautiful sound in the world. He didn't know that there was a master above the soul-cleansing pool who was secretly gnashing his teeth. While collecting the soul water, he was also paying attention to the movements around him. The last time he constructed the spirit-gathering funnel here, he didn't know why the funnel kept breaking, causing him to often have to rebuild it. How could he know that the reason why this happened last time was because of Immortal Essence City's city lord, Ji Yuan? If not for this, he would have been able to bring out a lot more soul-cleansing water last time. At that time, he only thought that the spirit-gathering funnel he constructed wasn't stable enough, so he didn't think too much about it. This time he was prepared, but the same situation didn't happen again. Just as Lu Yi was happily collecting the soul water, he suddenly felt a slight warmth on the back of his hand. This strange and familiar feeling left him stunned, because this was clearly a reaction that occurred when a large number of merit points were deducted, just like when he had opened the door that required 10,000 merit points to open, but now he was just collecting soul water. So how could a large number of merit points be deducted? Puzzled, he quickly immersed his mind to investigate, and then he discovered something incredible. What was being deducted was not merit points, but battle merits. He originally had more than 300,000 battle merits, but now he had lost 50,000 to 60,000 battle merits, and it was still decreasing at an extremely fast speed. What was going on? Lu Yi was a little flustered. In this trip to Immortal Essence City, the biggest harvest besides the soul water was these battle merits. Although the amount was not small, he had exchanged them with his life. He had originally planned to immediately enter the heavenly secret treasure house to exchange for a batch of golden spirit sticks when he returned to the Cloud River battlefield. He didn't need to raise his cultivation too high because with his current foundation, as long as he could break through to the 7th Order Cloud River realm, there wouldn't be many people in the entire Cloud River battlefield who could threaten his safety. If he could break through to the 8th Order, it would be even better. At that time, he would be able to walk sideways in the Cloud River battlefield, and any Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivator who dared to look for trouble would be courting death. But his beautiful plan was suddenly ruined by a sudden change. Lu Yi couldn't figure out why his battle merits were decreasing for no reason, and the speed of the decrease was too fast, almost decreasing by 1,000 points. Why? Although he did use some methods to obtain these battle merits, and had mastered strength far beyond his own cultivation, they were obtained by killing the insect race one by one. How could they disappear just like that? Moreover, he had never heard of a cultivator's battle merits or battle merits disappearing in such a bizarre way. Even in the face of a hopeless situation, Lu Yi could remain calm and unperturbed. However, at this moment he panicked. As he watched his battle merits rapidly dwindle, he could not help but feel a heartache as if someone was slicing his flesh apart. more than 300,000 battle merits, more than twice his current merit points. In the cultivation world of the 9 continents, there was probably no cultivator with more battle merits than his current merit points. He hadn't even warmed up yet, but they were disappearing bit by bit. Lu Yi told himself to calm down. First, he had to at least figure out why his battle merits were disappearing for no reason. But after thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. At most, he was stealing the soul-cleansing water. Wait, Lu Yi suddenly reacted and stared at the huge funnel in front of him. There was a pattern to the decrease of battle merits, and each time it was 1,000 points. Whether it was merit points or battle merits, in terms of statistics and consumption, it was common knowledge that Heaven's Will operated. Therefore, the decrease of his battle merits was also caused by Heaven's Will. If Heaven's Will really wanted to erase this huge amount of battle merits of his, it could have just done so. There was no need to cut his flesh with a blunt knife. 1,000 points was also a thought-provoking number. Lu Yi sensed the condensation of the soul-cleansing water while paying attention to the changes in his battle merits, and gradually found a pattern. Every time his water bag received a drop of soul-cleansing water, his battle merits would decrease by 1,000 points. In order to verify his guess, Lu Yi moved the water bag placed under the funnel. Sure enough, the number of his battle merits no longer changed. Even if new soul-cleansing water condensed, as long as he didn't collect it, his battle merits wouldn't be deducted, because the condensed soul-cleansing water would quickly turn back into mist and return to the soul mist. So that's how it is. The battle merits he consumed were used to exchange for soul-cleansing water. Each drop of soul-cleansing water was worth 1,000 battle merits. Realizing this, Lu Ye's nervous mood completely relaxed. He was originally sneaking around here and was a little worried that he would be discovered. After all, taking without asking was not a good thing. But since this process would consume his battle merits, it didn't matter. Of course, this ruined his original plan to increase his cultivation. But compared to cultivation, soul-cleansing water was undoubtedly more precious. Soul-cleansing water could only be obtained in Immortal Essence City, but one's cultivation could be slowly increased. This was something that anyone could understand. Moreover, 1,000 battle merits for a drop of soul-cleansing water was so cheap. Lu Yi didn't expect that the price of exchanging soul-cleansing water here would be so affordable. What could 1,000 battle merits do? For cultivators, 1,000 battle merits could be exchanged for a blue spirit stick. 2 white spirit sticks wouldn't bring much improvement to a cultivator, but a drop of soul-cleansing water? If it was released, even the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators would fight over it. No matter which Spirit Sea Realm cultivator had a drop of soul-cleansing water, it could strengthen their soul to a certain extent. Compared to this, some True Lake Realm 9th Order cultivators had a higher demand for soul-cleansing water, because a drop of soul-cleansing water might allow them to break through their current bottleneck and advance to the Spirit Sea Realm. The two were on completely different levels. After figuring out the reason why he consumed so many battle merits, Lu Yi completely relaxed. He wasn't being sneaky. He had used a huge amount of battle merits to exchange for this soul-cleansing water. Even in front of the Immortal Essence City Lord, he could still straighten his back. At the same time, beside the soul-cleansing pond, the Immortal Essence City Lord, who was remembered by Lu Yi, had an ugly expression because he sensed that the development of the situation wasn't quite right. "Tu Fu," Ji Yuan shouted. "Didn't you say that he only has a few tens of thousands of battle merits?" Tu Fu hurriedly explained. "I don't know how many battle merits he has. I was just guessing." Then he asked what happened. Ji Yuan slowly turned his head and stared at Tu Fu. He gritted his teeth and said, "He has already collected more than 200 drops of soul-cleansing water, and he hasn't stopped. How could it only be a few tens of thousands of battle merits?" That brat's battle merits were far beyond Tu Fu's estimation. To be continued. Chapter 659. The butcher was stunned, but after thinking about it, he said, maybe the exchange rate is very low. He wasn't going to take the blame. The city lord's expression was ugly, and he didn't know what to say. Lu Ye's right to exchange battle merits for soul water was granted by the city lord himself. So he couldn't change the result. He could only pray that Lu Ye's battle merits were limited and couldn't exchange for too much soul water. Otherwise, it would really affect the foundation of the soul pool. After a while, Lu Yi, who was happily collecting soul water at the bottom of the soul pool, found that the spirit-gathering funnel in front of him was suddenly distorted and collapsed. He instinctively built another spirit-gathering funnel. But as soon as the second funnel was formed, it seemed to be disturbed by an inexplicable force, and it didn't have any effect at all. He came to his senses and hurriedly checked his battlefield imprint. He found that the information recorded in the battlefield imprint showed that his battle merits were only left with 836 points. 1,000 battle merits could only be used to collect 1 drop of soul water. The remaining 836 points were obviously not enough for 1 drop. He had more than 300,000 battle merits left in such a short time. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel the pinch. After all, this was battle merits, not merit. But compared to the harvest, the price he paid was absolutely worth it. The water sack wasn't full, but there were more than 300 drops of soul water in it. Such a huge amount of resources was enough for him and his close friends to improve their spirits to an extremely exaggerated level. With no more battle merits, it was time to leave. Lu Yi carefully put away the water sack and urged his power to fly up. He originally thought that he was at the bottom of the soul pool, but in fact, after only 2 breaths, he broke through the blockade of the heavy soul fog. The surrounding light was reflected in his eyes, and he couldn't help but squint. The next moment, he felt a sharp gaze on him. Looking in the direction of the gaze, Lu Yi saw the city, lord of Immortal Essence City, he saw last time. But at this moment, the city lord's expression was a little strange. As if he was gnashing his teeth, he gave Lu Yi the feeling that he had done something that angered both man and God, and that the city lord couldn't wait to beat him up. Could it be that the city lord had noticed his movements in the soul pool? Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But on second thought, what was there to be afraid of? He had used his battle merits to exchange for soul water, which was allowed by Tianji. No matter how powerful the city lord was, could he be more powerful than Tianji? Thinking of this, Lu Yi suddenly showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked at the fat figure behind the city lord. Senior. Lu Yi thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His figure flashed, and he landed in front of the butcher. He carefully sized him up and confirmed that this was the butcher who should have already died. He was a little confused. Senior, why are you? Butcher chuckled and said, in Immortal Essence City, as long as the soul pool isn't broken, spirit bodies like us won't die. It's just a temporary silence. Lu Yi didn't understand why Butcher was able to come back from the dead, but from what he said, it seemed that the soul pool had bestowed these spirit bodies with some special abilities. No wonder they always said that the soul pool was the foundation of the Immortal Essence City. If that was the case, then what he saw before he fainted was not an illusion. Then Senior Lu Datong and Senior Yu Qing, they're all still alive. They're currently finishing up some quests outside. I'm sure they'll be back soon. Lu Yi let out a long sigh. That's great. Butcher raised his hand and patted Lu Ye's shoulder. He praised, Kid, well done. Naturally, he was referring to the fact that Lu Yi had single-handedly completed the mission for them after their team had been wiped out. Although he hadn't done it perfectly, he had done his best. If not for this, Butcher wouldn't have brought Lu Yi back to the city lord's mansion and even made the decision to include him in his team, giving him the right to enter the soul pool to recuperate. Of course, Lu Yi didn't know all of this for the time being. By the way, Senior, your knife. Lu Yi hurriedly took out Butcher's boning knife from the storage space and handed it back. Butcher took it and casually inserted it into the knife sheath at his waist. He then cupped his hands and said, Sir, I'll leave this kid to you. I'll leave him to you. An impatient voice rang out. Get lost. Butcher pulled Lu Yi to the side and whispered, I know you have a lot of questions, but there are some things I can't say. I don't know either. If you have any questions, you can ask the city lord. He'll definitely tell you what he can tell you. No matter what, you're now considered half a citizen of Immortal Essence City. Being included in Butcher's team wasn't just a matter of words. Therefore, even if Lu Yi wasn't a cultivator from Immortal Essence City, he was still considered half a citizen of Immortal Essence City in Butcher's eyes. Do you need my help? Lu Yi asked. After recuperating in the soul pool, Lu Yi felt extremely energetic. Moreover, the power of his spirit seemed to be stronger than before. Butcher shook his head. No need. The insect race's siege is coming to an end. What's left is trivial matters to wrap up. You should leave this place as soon as possible. You're a living person. If you stay here for too long, it won't do you any good. Lu Yi nodded. Yes. Even if Butcher didn't say this, Lu Yi could feel that his spirit had left his body to come to Immortal Essence City on the basis of projection. There would be some hidden dangers if his spirit and body were separated for too long. Butcher patted Lu Ye's shoulder again and left in a flash. Lu Yi watched his back disappear. Then he turned around and respectfully bowed to the figure in front of him. Lu Yi greets the city lord. A cold snort sounded. So you can see me? City lord. Why was he being so eccentric? Just now, when I saw Senior Butcher come back to life, I was unable to contain my joy. Please forgive my rudeness, city lord. Hearing Lu Ye's explanation, Ji Yuan's expression eased a little. However, when he thought of the soul pool and soul water, his cheeks twitched again. Kid, your harvest this time is not small. More than 300 drops of soul water. Ever since Immortal Essence City existed, it had never lost so much soul water. In the past, although there were cultivators who could take away soul water from Immortal Essence City, it was at most 1 or 2 drops. Ji Yuan had deliberately placed them somewhere in Immortal Essence City for foreign cultivators to find. And last time, this kid had already taken away dozens of drops. Immortal Essence City had suffered heavy losses because of this kid. The loss of more than 300 drops of soul water was enough for Immortal Essence City to support 2 or 3 wars. However, he couldn't say anything. Last time he was careless. He didn't expect this kid to have such a strange ability. This time, there was a heavenly secret. Therefore, even if his heart was about to bleed, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Fortunately, although more than 300 drops of soul water was a lot, it wasn't to the extent that it could affect the foundation of the soul pool. What did the city lord mean? Lu Yi looked up at him. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in his words. He should know that he was collecting soul water from the soul pool, right? Thinking about how Butcher and the others didn't have soul water with them when they went out to fight, Lu Yi suspected that the city lord in front of him couldn't condense soul water. Lu Yi took out a jade bottle and handed it to Ji Yuan. He said in a low voice, I don't have much either. Ji Yuan looked at the jade bottle. When he reacted, he was so angry that he laughed. Kid, what kind of person do you think I am? That jade bottle was clearly the first one that Lu Yi filled when he was collecting soul water. After that, he noticed that the soul water condensed too quickly, so he changed to a water bag. Lu Yi quickly took back the jade bottle and took a deep breath. Forget it. A bottle of soul cleansing water was quite heavy. He said, I misunderstood. I thought, what did you think? You thought we would split the loot? Don't even think about it. After thinking about it, Lu Yi said seriously, City Lord, you're wrong. That's not some loot. I exchanged it with my battle merits. Ji Yuan waved his hand weakly. Whatever you say. If you have the ability to take it, then it's yours. Thank you, City Lord. Lu Yi immediately relaxed. But kid, how many battle merits did you get this time? Ji Yuan was still very curious about this. Lu Yi reported a number. The corner of Ji Yuan's eyes twitched when he heard this. He recalled how Tu Fu said that Lu Yi only had a few tens of thousands of battle merits. What bullshit tens of thousands of battle merits? That was more than 300,000. He even suspected that Tu Fu did it on purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run so fast. But there was no point in worrying about it now. The thing was already in Lu Ye's hands. He couldn't ask him to spit it out, especially when the soul water was indeed exchanged with his battle merits. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yi noticed that the atmosphere had eased a lot, so he asked, "Why are you laughing, sir?" Ji Yuan shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I haven't talked to someone like this for a long time." Then he changed the topic. "Kid, you're growing very fast." The last time he saw Lu Yi, he was only at the 8th Order Spirit Stream realm. Now he was already at the True Lake realm. This kind of growth speed was simply shocking. For thousands of years, many cultivators from the 9 states had come to Immortal Essence City. Among them, there was no lack of talented people. Although Ji Yuan didn't know how fast they grew, it was impossible for them to be faster than this kid in front of him. Lu Yi shook his head and said, "Sir City Lord misunderstands. Junior's current situation is a bit special. In fact, Junior is only at the 5th Order Cloud River realm. It's just that the strength of my soul is stronger than my physical body. So, after coming here, I can show my True Lake realm foundation." Ji Yuan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It was normal. Since Lu Ye's soul had come here, what he showed was naturally the strength of his soul. However, a 5th Order Cloud River realm cultivator, his growth speed was not slow. "Sir City Lord, Junior has some questions to ask. I wonder if Sir can answer them? Ask away. If I can, I will naturally tell you." This Immortal Essence City, what's going on? Isn't this a sealed world in the Spirit Stream battlefield? Why was Junior able to come here through the fused breath fruit core? Sealed world. Ji Yuan whispered softly. He didn't directly answer Lu Ye's question. Instead he asked, "In your opinion, what is a sealed world?" Chapter 660. Lu Yi had never really considered what a secret realm was. In the knowledge of the cultivators of the 9 states, the so-called secret realm was nothing more than a special space that was independent of the 9 states, a relic from ancient times, or a relic left behind by a senior master. Secret realms existed in both the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloudy River battlefield. There were even many secret realms in the 9 states itself. Even the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloudy River battlefield were secret realms. However, compared to secret realms in the general sense, the scale of these 2 battlefields was incomparably large. Each secret realm had its own rules. There were many hidden risks, but there were also many opportunities. Lu Yi had not experienced many secret realms. Strictly speaking, he had only experienced 2 secret realms. One was the Immortal Essence City, and the other was the Realm of Beasts. Immortal Origin City was shrouded in thick fog, and Lu Yi couldn't see through it. He recalled the secret realm of the Realm of Beasts and said, "Junior once went to a secret realm. It was said that it was a destroyed world, but it was reshaped by heaven's secrets with great power. In that secret realm, everything that the cultivators experienced was something that had happened in that world. The cultivators either followed the path of history and participated in some of the major events that had happened in that world, or tried to change the original development of that world. They sharpened themselves and obtained all kinds of benefits from heaven's secrets. In the Cloudy River battlefield, there were many such secret realms. In the Realm of Beasts, Xia Qianqian had told Lu Yi about these. This was also the reason why the cultivation world of the 9 states was full of different schools. Many small schools were spread out from secret realms. Just like the secret technique that Lu Yi had brought out from the Realm of Beasts, which could change the situation of the Beast Tamer School. Perhaps many years ago, there was no Beast Tamer School or Yenshur School in the 9 states. Only some cultivators had entered the secret realms of these 2 schools, obtain the secret techniques of these two schools, and then spread their influence in the 9 states. Ji Yuan said, "Then in your opinion, what kind of secret realm is the Immortal Essence City?" Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said, "The Immortal Essence City does not give me the feeling that it is this type of secret realm. The Immortal Essence City is indeed not." Ji Yuan nodded slightly. "The secret realm you speak of does not belong to the 9 regions. However, due to some special reasons, it has become a secret realm that cultivators of the 9 regions can enter." As for the reason, Ji Yuan didn't say, but Lu Yi had a faint guess. Only the mysterious and unfathomable heavens could do such a thing. Immortal Essence City is originally a city of the 9 prefectures. It was a city that stood proudly at the peak of the 9 prefectures several thousand years ago. It was even stronger than the current rank 1 sex. How did the Immortal Essence City become like this? There are even insectoids attacking the city. Senior Butcher said that you've been waging wars like this for thousands of years. That's right, it's been several thousand years. A look of reminiscence flashed across Ji Yuan's eyes. This was the choice of the Immortal Essence City, and also the choice of all the cultivators in the Immortal Essence City. It was also because of this choice that we were able to coexist with the Immortal Essence City for thousands of years. As for why it became like this, you can think of the Immortal Essence City as a wedge to plug a hole. Lu Yi listened in confusion. What hole? What wedge? Although he didn't quite understand, he could feel that the Immortal Essence City was extremely important. If this wedge didn't exist, then a hole would appear, and this hole might lead to some extremely bad consequences. Your cultivation is still low now, so you can't see too many things. When your cultivation is higher in the future, you will slowly have many different feelings. However, there is one thing you have to remember. The 9 prefectures isn't what you see. Only when your cultivation is high enough can you slowly see the truth of this world. The truth of the world. He had vaguely heard these words somewhere before. Lu Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If it were other cultivators of the 9 prefectures, a Cloud River tier cultivator, Ji Yuan would absolutely not tell them these things. However, since he was sure that Lu Yi was the chosen one, there was no harm in saying more. After all, Lu Yi would slowly understand these things in the future. It was certainly not a bad thing to let him be mentally prepared in advance. All in all, the Immortal Essence City is very important. Therefore, all the cultivators of the Immortal Essence City abandoned their physical bodies and turned into spirit bodies. They left their own spirit imprints in the soul pool. As long as the soul pool is not destroyed, even if the spirit body is destroyed, the cultivators of the Immortal Essence City can still come back to life. This was also the reason why Lu Yi could see the Butcher and the others again. He previously thought that the Butcher team was completely annihilated, but in fact, it didn't take long for the annihilated Butcher team to climb out of the soul pool. However, the death of the cultivators of the Immortal Essence City would eventually consume the power of the soul pool. After thousands of years, the foundation of the soul pool was not as good as before. Therefore, Ji Yuan said that there was not much time left. Lu Ye's expression was indescribable, and he slowly said, "Thousands of years must be very difficult to endure, right?" Ji Yuan looked at Lu Yi with some surprise. If ordinary people knew the characteristics of the cultivators of the Immortal Essence City, their first reaction would be envy. Because of the existence of the soul pool, the cultivators of the Immortal Essence City were almost immortal. This was a temptation that the cultivators of the outside world could not ask for, who didn't want to live forever. However, even those great cultivators of the Divine Ocean Realm had a limited lifespan. The cultivators of the Immortal Essence City, regardless of whether they were in the Divine Ocean Realm or the Cloud River Realm, could live forever. Of course, the premise was that the soul pool was not broken. "Why do you say that?" Ji Yuan asked. Repeating this kind of thing for thousands of years, constantly participating in the war with the insect race, even if you don't have to worry about death, it will always be boring and unbearable, Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely not want to live forever. I would rather live a more exciting life and maintain enough respect for death. Only then will there be meaning in living. Right? Ji Yuan smiled. Look at you, you're not that old. But you actually have such a realization. Lu Yi said, I'm just saying, maybe if I really face death, I will choose to live forever. Ji Yuan nodded. Human nature is always complicated. However, you're right, it is indeed difficult to endure. Even if everyone had enough awareness when they first made this decision, when they really experienced it, they realized that awareness alone is not enough. We are immortal because of the soul pool, but we are also greatly restricted. We are completely tied to the immortal essence city. In this life, we can't leave the immortal essence city. Normally, everyone will sleep in the soul pool. When the insect race launches a war, they will awaken to resist. Time after time, year after year, it is like an unbroken cycle of reincarnation. Lu Yi looked up at the sky, but found that the huge gap in the sky had unknowingly disappeared. He was puzzled. The insect nest should be in the gap that appeared before. Haven't you thought of counterattacking and destroying the insect nest? Chapter 661. After all, the insect race had a source, and that was the insect nest. As long as the insect nest was destroyed, the hidden danger of the insect race would be solved. Of course, to be able to make a mortal essence city fall into such a situation, the insect nest was definitely not small, or even more than one. Otherwise, it would not be able to breed insects comparable to spirit ocean realm cultivators. Lu Yi had experienced the insect tide in the spirit stream battlefield. But those insects were only at the spirit stream realm, and the defense of the insect nest was not strong. There were also insect nests in the realm of beasts, but those could only be dealt with by Cloud River realm cultivators. The power of Immortal Essence City was definitely not weak. Although the city lord in front of him was only a spiritual land and did not show any power, he was definitely the most powerful spirit ocean realm cultivator. With the power of Immortal Essence City and the undying characteristics of the spirit bodies, it should not be difficult to deal with the insect nest. Ji Yuan smiled. Did you forget what I told you just now? Although we have immortal and indestructible bodies because of the soul pool, we're completely tied to the Immortal Essence City. As spirits, we can't easily leave the environment of the Immortal Essence City. You may have noticed that there is a gap in the sky, and that is indeed the location of the insect nest, but we can't go in. Lu Yi suddenly understood. I see. That was why the entire Immortal Essence City was set up with a flight restriction array. Because the spirit bodies of Immortal Essence City could not go deep into the insect nest, they simply set up a flight restriction array so that the insect race and the cultivators could not fly too high. This way, the cultivators could more easily kill the insect race. Of course, the existence of the flight restriction array had some disadvantages for the cultivators, but compared to the convenience it brought, those disadvantages were nothing. After thousands of years of continuous reincarnation, the spirit bodies of Immortal Essence City are still undying, but human nature is complicated after all. Ji Yuan had said this once before, and now he said it again. In this process, some people have a lot of bad emotions, such as regret, annoyance, frustration, and so on. Don't underestimate these negative emotions. For a spirit body without a physical body, these emotions can often cause great harm. Some people even tried to kill themselves, but of course they were destined to not succeed. Lu Yi listened quietly, a complicated expression on his face. As an outsider, it was indeed difficult for him to personally experience the consequences of being plagued by negative emotions that the city lord had mentioned. It was also difficult for him to imagine how desperate and frustrated a spirit would be to attempt suicide. However, he knew that the things he had casually mentioned before had been verified by the spirit bodies in Immortal Essence City. A few thousand years was indeed difficult to endure. How did you survive? Lu Yi asked. This time, he didn't come into contact with many spirits, but it seemed that the immortal essence guardians didn't have any special emotions other than being fearless of death. The last time he came in, he encountered a lot of immortal essence guards. However, most of them didn't seem to have high intelligence. Even the captain-level ones acted in a very rigid manner. So, Immortal Essence City became a secret realm. Ji Yuan suddenly said something that Lu Yi couldn't understand at all. Fortunately, he quickly explained, the aura of the living can, to a large extent, disperse the negative emotions of the spirit body. Therefore, a long time ago, every once in a while, when the insect race would not attack the city, the entrance of the Immortal Essence City would open somewhere, allowing the cultivators of the 9 regions to enter this place. The topic came back again. Ji Yuan first asked Lu Yi what a secret realm was, and Lu Yi gave an answer. Then he asked what kind of secret realm the Immortal Essence City was. At this time, Da had already surfaced. The secret realm of the Immortal Essence City needed the aura of the living to disperse all kinds of anxiety in the city. Therefore, the entrance would open from time to time, allowing the cultivators of the 9 regions to enter. Lu Yi didn't expect the truth to be like this. In fact, when he came in last time, he felt very strange. No matter what kind of secret realm it was, the cultivators who entered would eventually get some opportunities or benefits. But the Immortal Essence City didn't seem to have many benefits. He himself got some soul water and took it out, but that was just an exception. The cultivators of the 9 regions didn't seem to have a good impression of the Immortal Essence City. When those cultivators came in and realized that this was the Immortal Essence City, their faces changed greatly, and some even cursed loudly. It could be said that among the cultivators who entered the Immortal Essence City last time, except for Lu Yi, who got some benefits, the others gained very little. Almost all the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge were killed. If the purpose of this secret realm was not to let the cultivators gain benefits, but to make the Immortal Essence City more stable, then it made sense. So the Immortal Essence guards catch people everywhere and send them to the dungeon. Lu Yi remembered another thing. At that time, he had entered the dungeon with the token given by the woman in red. There were all the captured cultivators of the 9 regions, including the Myriad Devil Ridge and the Haotian Alliance. However, the vitality of the cultivators who were locked inside seemed to be rapidly draining. At that time, if Lu Yi hadn't arrived in time, Gu Kenyang, the guardian of the Shenin Palace, would have been dead. The so-called aura of the living was nothing more than real vitality. Ji Yuan nodded. There is a magic array in the dungeon that absorbs vitality and connects to the soul pool. It can eliminate the negative emotions of the spirits to a certain extent. Therefore, when the secret realm is open, the Immortal Essence guards won't kill people unless they have no other choice. They will only catch people. Lu Yi thought about it and found that it was true. Of course, there was always a way out. With the true level of the cultivators of the Immortal Essence City, the cultivators of the Spirit Stream realm basically couldn't make any waves here. Therefore, when the secret realm of the Immortal Essence City opened, the strength of the Immortal Essence guards completely depended on the overall level of the cultivators who entered here. If the cultivators who entered were strong, the Immortal Essence guards would be strong, and vice versa, the Immortal Essence guards would be weak. This also gave the cultivators of the 9 regions room to resist. In addition, the biggest reason why the entrance of the secret realm of the Immortal Essence City opened in the Spirit Stream battlefield was that the group of Spirit Stream realm cultivators was large enough. Even if some of them died, it was easy to replenish them. Over the years, many cultivators of the 2 camps had died in the Immortal Essence City. Some were from the Myriad Devil Ridge, and some were from the Haotian Alliance. It was useless to measure the Immortal Essence City with pure good and evil. In the entire cultivation world of the 9 regions, there was no such thing as pure good and evil. Moreover, in the Spirit Stream battlefield, the cultivators of the 2 camps were always in a state of confrontation. The secret realm of the Immortal Essence City could at most be regarded as a stage for them to confront each other. Sir, you said before that the opening of the secret realm alleviates the negative emotions of the spirit bodies to a certain extent. Could it be that, in addition to the vitality of the living people brought by the opening of the secret realm, there are other means? Lu Yi asked. Ji Yuan was surprised. Did I say that? Lu Yi nodded. Ji Yuan was secretly surprised by Lu Ye's insight. He pondered for a moment and said, Do you remember why this city, Lord, appeared in front of you the first time you came here? Lu Yi recalled carefully. At that time, he seemed to want to do something, and then the city lord suddenly appeared in front of him, which gave him a fright. Because before the city lord appeared, he didn't notice it at all. But what was he going to do at that time? It seemed that he was stopped by him. Breath fruit core? Lu Yi suddenly recalled. At that time, he was bored in the small courtyard where he settled down. So he prepared to stimulate the power of the breath fruit core to enter the mirage to gain experience. However, just as he took out the breath fruit core, the city lord appeared. He vaguely remembered that the city lord said to him at that time, This thing can't be used in the immortal essence city. Lu Yi asked him why, but the city lord only said that it would cause some bad consequences. As for what the consequences were, he didn't say it clearly at that time. The last time he came in, Lu Yi felt that the mirage that he entered with the help of the breath fruit core might have something to do with the immortal essence city. However, he didn't find any conclusive evidence at that time. Now it seemed that the two were indeed related. At the very least, he entered the immortal essence city again through the two fused breath fruit cores, and he entered in this very special state. Let's call it the breath fruit core for the time being. Ji Yuan smiled slightly. He had to admit that this city lord was still very charming. When he was alive, there must be many women who secretly had feelings for him. You stimulated the power of the breath fruit core to enter the mirage and killed those things. In fact, they were the condensation of negative emotions from the spirit bodies of the immortal essence city. Lu Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that the mirage connected to the breath fruit core would have such a connection with the immortal essence city. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. Those bearing fangs and brandishing claws of the insect clan were also the condensation of negative emotions from the spirit bodies. Which immortal essence guards negative emotions would form something like the insect clan. You also encountered the insect clan. Ji Yuan was a little surprised. Of course not. It should be a means to enrich your experience. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and faintly sensed something. He raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Ji Yuan nodded imperceptibly, revealing an expression of a child who could be taught. That's why I didn't let you use the breath fruit core in the immortal essence city. It doesn't matter if you use it in the outside world. That day, the spirit bodies were all sleeping. If you use it in the immortal essence city, it is very likely to alarm them and increase the consumption of the soul pool. I see. Lu Yi nodded, and then he thought of something. So, the fusion of the two breath fruit cores to the immortal essence city is also a means. He raised his finger and pointed to the sky again. It's good that you know it. There's no need to get to the bottom of it. Ji Yuan said, The number of breath fruit cores in this world is definitely not small. The breath fruit cores that can connect to the mirage are definitely not just the two that you have. They enter the mirage to hone their skills, and also help the immortal essence city to reduce some of the pressure. As the city master said, it's very likely that there are people who have obtained more than 2 breath fruit cores and fused them together. In the past, no one entered the immortal essence city like I did. Ji Yuan shook his head. Unless when the secret realm opened. As an outsider, you are the first one. If one wasn't a chosen one, no matter how many breath fruit cores they obtained, it was impossible to enter here inexplicably. However, Ji Yuan naturally wouldn't mention this to Lu Yi. There were some things that he could say, but there were some things that, even if he had guessed, he could only pretend to be ignorant. To be continued. Chapter 662. After talking to Ji Yuan for a long time, Lu Yi understood many things, but it also seemed to add more doubts. However, he couldn't figure out what exactly he was doubting. As the two of them talked, immortal essence guardians kept returning from outside. They bowed to Ji-Yuan and then plunged into the soul pool and disappeared. This time, the insect race's attack on the city was over. As the spirits of Immortal Essence City, they needed to sleep in the soul pool to reduce their consumption. Lu Yi saw a few familiar faces, including Lu Sanbao, the scholar and the blind fortune-teller. As expected, the three of them were divine ocean realm cultivators. Each of them had an Immortal Essence guard team under their command. When they saw Lu Yi, the three of them didn't show too much surprise. This was because all the spiritual bodies in the Immortal Essence City already knew about the previous incident. During the insect race's siege, there was an outsider in the city. Moreover, his performance was not bad, so he was assigned to Butcher's team. They looked at each other and nodded slightly as a greeting. Soon, another familiar face appeared. It was she whinnying with a peepa in her arms. This woman looked at Lu Yi with hidden bitterness in her eyes, as if Lu Yi had done something to her that angered both man and God. But then again, she always had this kind of bitter and pitiful expression, like an abandoned and homeless kitten. However, if anyone looked down on her because of this, they would definitely not end well. The butcher had personally admitted that Shi Weining's strength was stronger than his. Moreover, the butcher's words implied that this woman didn't have a big heart. Therefore, when he saw her, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was afraid that she would take revenge for what happened last time. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Shi Weining only glanced at Lu Yi and then looked away. After bowing to Ji-Yuan with her team of Immortal Essence Guardians, she walked into the soul pool. Teams of Immortal Essence Guardians returned from outside and walked into the soul pool. The butcher also returned with his team. Lu Datong, Yu Qing, and the other spirits who had fought side by side before were all intact. "Kid, well done." Lu Datong stepped forward and patted Lu Ye's shoulder. The other Immortal Essence Guardians also smiled at Lu Yi. Their smiles contained approval and praise. Lu Yi felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Even though he knew that the spirit bodies of the Celestial Origin City wouldn't die after seeing the butcher come back to life, it wasn't until he saw them with his own eyes that he felt relieved. Yu Qing winked at Lu Yi and said, "Come again next time, little brother." Lu Yi chuckled, feeling that there was some ambiguity in his words. The Immortal Essence Defenders walked into the soul pool one by one and sank into it. Butcher looked at Lu Yi and said, "Kid, cultivate well. Maybe the future of Celestial Origin City." Before he could finish, Ji-Yuan interrupted, "Butcher!" Butcher changed the topic and patted Lu Ye's shoulder. "No matter what, just work hard and become stronger." Lu Yi nodded. Butcher looked at the city lord. "My lord, I'll go in first." "Go." Ji-Yuan waved his hand. Butcher glanced at Lu Yi again before walking into the soul pool. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the soul pool and was silent for a long time. Suddenly he said, "My lord, I should be able to enter Celestial Origin City at any time now. However, when I'm outside, I can't see the situation inside Celestial Origin City. How can I know the exact time of the insect race's next attack?" Now that he activated the power of the breath fruit core, 2 doors would appear in that special small space. One of them was the place where Lu Yi used to train himself, while the other was connected to Celestial Origin City. However, the number of merits required to open the 2 doors was very different. In principle, as long as Lu Yi had enough merits, he could enter Celestial Origin City at any time. This time he had obtained more than 300,000 battle merits and exchanged them for more than 300 drops of soul water. It was a huge harvest. Lu Yi didn't know if he could obtain more soul water. After all, it was the foundation of Celestial Origin City. However, he could definitely obtain more battle merits. As long as he grasped the opportunity and entered the next time the insect race attacked the city, it would be fine. Moreover, the next time he entered, his strength would only be stronger. At that time, it would be easier to obtain battle merits. To him, Celestial Origin City was simply a tailor-made secret realm for him to obtain battle merits. Ji Yuan shook his head. I can't determine the time of the insect race's attack. Maybe once every 1 or 2 years, or maybe once every few years. There's no pattern at all. It only depends on whether the insect race's nest has accumulated enough strength. As for how you can know the situation inside Celestial Origin City, I have no idea, unless you come in from time to investigate. This was obviously impossible. Entering Celestial Origin City once required 10,000 merit points. Once or twice was nothing to Lu Yi, but he couldn't afford to spend them for a long time. Moreover, the insect race's attack would only last for 10 days to half a month. If Lu Yi didn't come in during this period, then all the investigation before and after would be in vain. If he really followed this method, perhaps he could spend 1,000,000 merit points and coincidentally make it in time for the insect race's attack. This was very difficult to bear. During the insect race's attack, Celestial Origin City was the best battlefield to obtain battle merits. After this incident, Lu Yi also wanted to relieve some pressure on Celestial Origin City during the insect race's attack. Although he couldn't do much alone, the entire Celestial Origin City was formed by the power of the Celestial Origin Guards. However, Ji Yuan changed the topic. You're now considered half a citizen of Celestial Origin City. You've been assigned to Butcher's team. When the insect race attacks, you might be able to detect something. Lu Yi was stunned. I've been assigned to Senior Butcher's team, the city lord said. When Butcher brought you back, he said you were a member of his team. I didn't refuse, so you're considered a member of Butcher's team. This wasn't as simple as a verbal acknowledgement. In a sense, Ji Yuan's will represented the will of the entire Celestial Origin City. His acknowledgement of Lu Ye's identity was equivalent to the entire Celestial Origin City acknowledging Lu Ye's identity, other than not leaving his own soul imprint in the soul pool and not being able to use the soul pool to become immortal. Lu Yi was no different from the other Celestial Origin Guards. Then why can I detect the insect race's attack? Lu Yi was puzzled. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Maybe I'm wrong. Lu Yi knew that this matter most likely involved some unspeakable things. Then, sir, how can I leave this place? The matter in Celestial Origin City had been settled. It was time to leave. The last time he entered Celestial Origin City, he didn't have to worry about not being able to leave. Once the time limit was up, Celestial Origin City would produce a repulsive force and expel all cultivators who entered. This time, it wasn't the opening of the secret realm, so there probably wouldn't be such a treatment. Are you ready? Ji Yuan suddenly asked. What? Lu Yi turned his head and saw Ji Yuan slowly pushing a palm toward him. This palm didn't have any power, but under this palm, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel that the entire Celestial Origin City was incompatible with him. The surrounding scenery quickly retreated. Ji Yuan was also far away from him in an instant. The entire Celestial Origin City appeared in his field of vision. It was as if he was looking down at Celestial Origin City from a high altitude. Moreover, the city was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into dust. Lu Yi immediately reacted. As the city lord of Celestial Origin City, Ji Yuan could send him out of Celestial Origin City. Ji Yuan's voice rang in his ears. Your cultivation hasn't reached the divine sea realm. If your divine soul leaves your body for a long time, there may be a situation where your divine soul is incompatible with your body. After you return, remember to stabilize your divine soul with soul water and recuperate for a few days. His voice curled up and slowly dissipated. Inside the city lord, Lu Yi had disappeared. Only Ji Yuan's figure was left. The originally noisy Celestial Origin City once again fell into silence. The next time it became lively would probably be when the secret realm opened or when the insect race attacked the city. In another direction, in a small courtyard, a woman in red sat on a swing, swaying gently. A white cat crawled at her feet, sleeping peacefully. A somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. There was a trace of fear and a trace of surprise in that voice. Whose voice was it? Lu Ye's mind was in a mess. For a moment, he couldn't remember who this familiar voice belonged to. But subconsciously, he had a feeling that the owner of this voice was extremely important to him. It was definitely the most indispensable existence in his life. He wanted to open his eyes, but found that his eyelids were so heavy that he couldn't open them at all. It was as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Suddenly, he finally remembered who the owner of the voice was. E. It was as if the door of a dusty memory had been opened. Many thoughts surged in his mind. Lu Yi slowly understood his situation. Yes, he had activated the power of the life fruit core and was ready to enter the mirage to hone his skills. As a result, he entered Celestial Origin City and was sent back by the City Lord. But what was with this uncoordinated feeling? His whole body seemed to be covered with a thick layer of dust, making it difficult for his consciousness to transmit and control the actions of his body. For example, at this moment, he couldn't even do such a simple action as opening his eyes. In a trance, he remembered what the City Lord said at the last moment. His cultivation hadn't reached the divine sea realm. If his divine soul left his body for a long time, it would cause a situation where his body and divine soul were incompatible. So this was that kind of situation. It was much more serious than he had imagined. The current Lu Yi felt as if his divine soul had entered a strange body, and he couldn't adapt to it. It had only been a few days since he entered Celestial Origin City. Such a situation had occurred in just a few days. If it had been too long, Lu Yi even suspected that even if his divine soul returned, it would be difficult for it to integrate back into his body. Yi's voice rang in his ears, constantly calling his name. Her voice was sobbing. There was also Hu Po's restless footsteps. He had made them worried. Lu Yi didn't know how anxious Yi and Hu Po had been in Celestial Origin City for the past few days. But judging from the current situation, something must have happened to his body as soon as he entered Celestial Origin City. To be continued. Chapter 663. This was indeed the case. When Lu Yi pushed open the second door and entered Immortal Essence City, Yi had noticed something strange. Lu Ye's entire body seemed to be an empty shell. At first, she thought that Lu Yi had encountered some kind of mishap and burst into tears, but soon realized that things were not as serious as she thought, because she and Hu Po were still alive, which meant that Lu Yi was still alive. However, the situation was not optimistic. Lu Ye's aura was very weak, so weak that it was almost impossible to perceive it without paying attention. Over the past few days, Yi had tried all kinds of methods to wake Lu Yi up, but to little avail. At this moment, she clearly felt that Lu Yi had returned. That aura, which was so weak that it could be annihilated at any time, was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the empty shell now had a soul. She constantly called out Lu Ye's name, her pleading voice penetrating through the invisible barrier and reaching straight to Lu Ye's heart, causing ripples to appear in his mind. As the ripples spread, Lu Ye's consciousness quickly recovered and he gradually understood his situation. After an unknown period of time, he finally regained control of his body and opened his eyes with difficulty. At a glance, he saw Yi kneeling in front of him, her face full of anxiety and worry. Her eyes were red, and if it were not for her spirit body, she would have burst into tears long ago. Lu Yi. Their eyes met, and Yi called out in surprise, "How are you? What happened?" Lu Ye's lips wriggled, and after trying for a long time, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Don't worry. Originally, he wanted to say a few words of comfort to Yi, but at this moment his control over his body was unprecedentedly weak, making it difficult for him to say anything more. Fortunately, this was the guest room of Heavenly Secret Commerce Union, so there was no danger. If he encountered such a situation in the wild, he would have been doomed. Closing his eyes, he continued to adjust his condition. Time passed, and gradually the incompatibility between his body and soul eased a lot. At this moment, Lu Yi could not help but have the illusion that he had regained control of his body after being ill for a long time. Remembering Ji Yuan's previous words, he quickly took out the jade bottle full of soul water from his storage space and swallowed a drop. Lu Yi originally felt a little tired after the return of his divine soul, but after the effects of the soul water, this mental exhaustion quickly melted away. He let out a long sigh of relief. The most difficult moment had finally passed. Yi had been standing guard at the side, and Hoopa was also looking at him worriedly. Lu Yi raised her hand and rubbed Hoopo's head. She looked at Yi and said, "It's okay now." "What the hell is going on? Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Did you go berserk?" Yi's imagination was running wild. Qi deviation was something that rarely happened to the cultivators of 9 regions, because the cultivation of cultivators was, after all, a step-by-step process. As long as one didn't take the risk to try any special cultivation method, very few people would suffer from qi deviation. It's a long story. Lu Yi sighed. Who would have thought that he would enter the Immortal Essence City and participate in a war against the Zerg race in the Immortal Essence City when he decided to sharpen himself in the Mirage realm? In front of Yi, there was no need to hide anything. Lu Yi briefly recounted what he had encountered before. When she heard that Lu Yi had entered the Immortal Essence City again, and that the situation in the Immortal Essence City was completely different from the last time they entered, and even that the whole city contained a huge secret, Yi was very surprised. Especially when she heard that Lu Datong, Yu Qing, and others, in order to escort Lu Yi back to the stronghold. One by one, without hesitation, the little girl couldn't help but turn red. When she heard that the spirit body in the Immortal Essence City was immortal, and that the annihilated butcher team was resurrected, the little girl smiled. In short, the city lord of the Immortal Essence City said that my cultivation base has not yet reached the divine sea realm. So if my divine soul leaves my body for a long time, it will cause the divine soul and the body to be incompatible. He asked me to use the soul water to stabilize my divine soul recently, so there's no big problem. Yi nodded. Then you have to take a good rest for a while. Lu Yi nodded and touched his stomach. I'm a little hungry. Yi quickly got up. I'll have someone bring in some food. Saying so, she left the guest room. The service of the Tianji Business Alliance was still very good. The cultivators who stayed here had almost everything they wanted. In a short while, delicious food was brought in. Of course, there was also fresh demonic beast meat, which was for Hoopa. 1 person and 1 tiger swept away the clouds and ate to their heart's content. Lu Yi took out a few jade bottles, filled them with soul water, and handed them to Yi. Yi herself was a spiritual body, although she could become stronger with the help of the amber, with the help of the soul water. Her divine soul could continue to become stronger. It could be said that the soul water was more useful to her than Lu Yi. To strengthen the divine soul, one could use the soul water, and to strengthen one's body, one could use the dragon scales. These 2 things were the most important foundation for every cultivator. A strong foundation, and foundation was the capital that allowed Lu Yi to continuously kill enemies of a higher realm. Moreover, a strong foundation and foundation could also make cultivation easier, thus forming a virtuous cycle. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi sat upright and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't cultivate, nor did he read any books. After an unknown period of time, Yi's voice suddenly sounded, "Lu Yi!" Lu Yi was startled and hurriedly opened his eyes, only to find that his vision was very strange. He didn't know when he had flown up, but he was now a few feet above the ground. Yi looked at him worriedly. Hoopa also widened his eyes, looking at himself for a while, then looking to the side. Lu Yi followed Hoopo's gaze and saw an extremely familiar figure. When he looked again, Lu Yi jumped in fright. That familiar figure was clearly him. What was going on? Lu Yi didn't know what was going on, but his vision suddenly distorted, as if there was an irresistible force pulling him. His entire body sank down into his own body. Slowly opening his eyes, Lu Yi slowly came to his senses. His divine soul had just left his body again, and it was without him noticing. Ji Yuan was right. His cultivation had yet to reach the divine sea, and his divine soul had left his body for a long time, causing his body and divine soul to be incompatible. If Yi hadn't shouted just now, he wouldn't have noticed at all. However, this wasn't a big problem in the end. Over the next few days, Lu Ye's soul inexplicably left his body several times. Sometimes it was while meditating, sometimes it was while walking. As he walked, he heard a thud behind him. When he turned around, he saw that it was his own body that had fallen to the ground. More often than not, he suddenly lost control of his own body, and his body's movements became uncoordinated. These few days' encounters were somewhat bizarre, not to mention Cloud River Tier. Even true Lake Tier and Divine Sea Tier cultivators might not encounter such a thing. This kind of unforeseen event had a great impact on cultivators. Cultivators often fell into battles, and if this kind of thing suddenly happened during a battle, no matter how many lives they had, it wouldn't be enough. Lu Yi would swallow a drop of soul water every day to stabilize his divine soul. After a few days, the frequency of this kind of unforeseen event became lower and lower, until it didn't appear again. Lu Yi was still worried, and stayed in the Tianji Business Alliance for a few more days. Only then did he confirm that the situation of his divine soul suddenly leaving his body would not happen again. He could feel that his divine soul and body had merged again at this moment. He could also feel that his divine soul had become stronger after the experience in Immortal Essence City. No matter what, in Immortal Essence City, he had soaked in the soul pool once again. For other cultivators, the strengthening of their divine soul was undoubtedly a good thing. In the beginning, Lu Yi was also happy. Cultivating until now, he had relied on the strength of his divine soul to have advantages that other cultivators didn't have. For example, when he encountered a sudden attack, he could sense and react more quickly. Another example was the Heart's Eye Secret technique taught by Xiaoliang. If his divine soul wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to learn it so quickly. However, Lu Yi gradually felt that something was wrong. The strength of his divine soul was too strong, and it was about to exceed the level of his cultivation by a big realm. This was not necessarily a good thing. If the physical body was a container and the soul was the water contained in the container, then the growth of an ordinary cultivator was the growth of the container and the amount of water it contained. No matter how much the cultivator grew, the physical body was the container that could contain his soul. But he was different. The growth of his divine soul was faster than the growth of his body. In short, the container of the body was carrying a volume that shouldn't belong to the container, and it was also bearing a pressure that shouldn't be borne. The most serious consequence might cause the container to break. The intuitive manifestation was that the container was broken or the water in the container overflowed. The reason why this situation hadn't happened until now was mainly because Lu Ye's physique was strong enough. For a long time, he had improved his physique with the help of the qi and blood in the dragon scales, making his physique comparable to a body cultivator of the same level. He would often eat some demon beast flesh and blood to supplement his own qi and blood with the help of the gluttonous meal. In the cultivation world of 9 regions, there had never been a situation like Lu Ye's. Perhaps some people's divine soul was stronger than their physical body, but it had never exceeded the exaggeration of a big realm. Therefore, after his physical body and divine soul were reunited, Lu Yi faintly noticed the hidden dangers in his body. It was actually very simple to solve this hidden danger. He just had to improve his cultivation and expand the volume of the container. Originally, he had this opportunity. More than 300,000 battle points could be exchanged for more than 20 golden spirit sticks, which could raise his cultivation to the Cloud River Realm 8th or 9th order in one fell swoop. However, all the battle points he obtained in Immortal Essence City had been exchanged for soul water. In the long run, the value of soul water was much greater than the golden spirit sticks. But in the end, distant water couldn't quench immediate thirst. Fortunately, Lu Yi knew a place that could quickly improve his cultivation. To be continued. Chapter 664. Lu Yi had planned on taking a look at that place ever since he entered the Cloud River battlefield. However, in the beginning, he did not have a particularly good understanding of the situation in the Cloud River battlefield. His cultivation was not high either, so he did not act rashly. Of course, the main reason was that he had not made sufficient preparations. He was unable to maximize his benefits in that place. Spiritual pills and spiritual stones were not particularly useful in that place. What was truly useful were things that could recover the power of the soul. Originally, he planned on going after he had made some preparations, but he could not wait any longer. The main reason was that there was no need for him to make any preparations. He had already obtained what he needed the most, the 100 Formation Tower. This was the holy land of the formation cultivators of the 9 provinces, as well as the place where formation cultivators cultivated their path of formations. Rumor had it that the 100 Formation Tower was something left behind from the previous epoch of cultivation. It had a total of 100 floors, and each floor had a different trial. Each floor was more difficult than the last. If one could pass the trial, they would receive a reward from the heavenly secrets, and all of the rewards were related to formations. This attracted countless cultivators from the 9 provinces to enter the 100 Formation Tower to train and hone their path of formations. However, the complete 100 Formation Tower had ceased to exist a long time ago. No one knew what had happened to the 100 Formation Tower. Now, the 100 Formation Tower had been split into 3 parts. The first part, which was the bottommost part, was in the Mist Province's Heaven Expanse sect. Lu Yi had once received an invitation from a cultivator of the Heaven Expanse sect called Zhao Li to visit the Heaven Expanse sect's encampment as a guest. Afterwards, he entered the main sect of the Heaven Expanse sect and made it through 33 floors in a single go, which led to a great uproar in the entire sect. Before challenging the 100 Formation Tower, Lu Yi had some attainments in the path of formations, but it was not to an exaggerated degree. However, ever since he challenged the 100 Formation Tower of the Heaven Expanse sect, Lu Ye's attainments in the path of formations had basically skyrocketed. This was also why he was able to act as he pleased in the Spirit Stream battlefield. There had never been a Spirit Stream cultivator with such great attainments in the path of formations. Infiltrating the defensive formations of other encampments was as simple as eating and drinking. Coupled with Lu Ye's strength that surpassed cultivators of the same level, his existence was basically a nightmare for the various sects of the Myriad Demon Ridge on the Spirit Stream battlefield. The Myriad Demon Ridge's side could only rejoice that Lu Yi had long since advanced to the Cloud River realm and left the Spirit Stream battlefield. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to the Spirit Stream battlefield? It could be said that Lu Ye's current attainments in the formation were partly attributed to his foundation as a spiritual tattooist. Many spiritual tattoos were used in the formation, and he could easily construct many spiritual tattoos, which gave him an advantage that ordinary people couldn't reach in setting up and breaking formations. But the main reason was the gift from the 100 Formation Pagoda. At that time, Lu Ye's cultivation was only at the 8th Order Spirit Stream realm. After the Sealed World and Immortal Origin City, Lu Yi received a gift from the 100 Array Tower that far surpassed any other array cultivator in the past, raising his attainments in the Tao of Arrays to a level that was difficult for cultivators of the same level to reach. His foundation as a spiritual tattooist gave him a certain advantage when it came to setting up and breaking formations. The gift from the 100 Formation Pagoda was the foundation that raised his attainments in the Tao of Arrays. And for a long time after, this gift was still active, allowing Lu Ye's comprehension of the Tao of Arrays to increase day by day. Zhao Li of the Heaven Expanse sect had once told Lu Yi that those who could make it through the first 10 floors of the 100 Formation Pagoda could basically be considered a beginner in the Tao of Arrays. They could barely be considered a qualified array cultivator. If they could make it through the 20th floor, they would be proficient in the Tao of Arrays. If they could make it through the 33rd floor, they could be called a Grandmaster, an Array Grandmaster at the Spirit Stream realm. Just how exaggerated of an honor was that? Back in the mine at the outskirts of the Great Mang Mountains, the guy called Si and had tried to stop Lu Yi with a defensive array. In the end, it proved that the defensive array he thought was impregnable was nothing in front of Lu Yi. He never thought that the difference in their attainments in the Tao of arrays would be so great. A portion of the 100 Formation Pagoda was in the Mist Province's Heaven Expanse sect, while a second portion was on the Cloud River battlefield. Lu Yi had experienced the 100 Formation Pagoda before, and he had also obtained unimaginable benefits from it. As a result, after breaking through to the Cloud River realm and arriving on the Cloud River battlefield, he had planned to attempt the 100 Formation Pagoda one day. In the past, his cultivation was still low, and he was not prepared, so it was difficult for him to do so. With his experience last time, Lu Yi knew that the greatest problem that formation cultivators faced in the 100 Formation Pagoda was the exhaustion of the power of the mind. Last time, he had relied on the soul-cleansing water to overcome the difficulties time and time again, so he would receive a great gift every time. He did not have a lot of soul-cleansing water on hand in the past, so he was not too bold to enter the 100 Formation Pagoda rashly. In the past few days, whenever he entered the Heavenly Secrets treasury to search for resources, he would pay attention to whether there were any treasures or pills that could recover the power of the soul. But he had never found anything. After all, treasures or elixirs that could restore the power of the spiritual soul were of great use to warriors at the Spirit Sea realm. Even if they appeared in the Tianji treasury, they would be bought quickly. How could Lu Yi ever have a chance? This unintentional trip to the Immortal Essence City had given him a large amount of soul-cleansing water, and it was much more soul-cleansing water than the previous time. This resolved his greatest concern. Now that everything was ready, and Lu Yi was eager to improve his cultivation, the 100 Formation Pagoda was unavoidable. Every time he passed a level of the 100 Formation Pagoda, he would receive not only array Tao items, but the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the 100 Formation Pagoda was also extremely rich and pure. Last time, Lu Yi had opened dozens of apertures in the Sky Expanse sect, and that was the lowest level of the 100 Formation Pagoda. The 100 Formation Pagoda in the Cloud River battlefield should be even more effective. If nothing went wrong, his cultivation should be able to improve a little. He knew the location of the 100 Formation Pagoda. It was not close to the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance. Even if he rushed there at full speed, it would take him more than 10 days. Moreover, there were probably many experts from the Myriad Devil Ridge monitoring his movements. Once he showed himself, he would definitely be hunted down. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. His peaceful days would not last long. He would have to start his life as a fugitive again. But before that, he still needed a large number of array flags. The difficulty of passing the 100 Formation Pagoda was the test of mental strength. Every level would put a huge burden on a cultivator's mind. If one's mental strength was not strong enough, it would be difficult to pass through too many levels in one go. The second difficulty was the use of array flags. After all, regardless of whether it was breaking or setting up arrays, array flags would be consumed. Lu Yi did not choose to refine them himself. Although it was more cost-effective, he had a lot of merit points now. It did not matter if he used some of them. He walked out of his room and queued up in the Heavenly Secrets Hall. His mind connected to the Heavenly Secrets treasury, and he bought a large number of array flags. Outside the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance, there was a tea house that looked directly at the entrance of the Business Alliance. Both the owner and the waiters were delighted. The business of the tea house had always been lukewarm. Cultivators came and went in a hurry. Unless there was something to discuss or a reunion after a long separation, they would rarely patronize places like the tea house. Instead, they would go to places like restaurants. But recently, the business of the tea house had exploded. Every day, some cultivators would come in to drink tea. Moreover, they would occupy a table and sit there for many days. The tea house only had 2 floors. At this moment, both the upper and lower floors were full. In the beginning, the waiters of the tea house did not know what was going on. But as time passed, news gradually spread and they understood what these people were doing. Previously, the matter of 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators being poisoned to death in the mines outside Mount Taimong had caused a great uproar. The name of the instigator, Lu Iya of the Jade Blood Sect, had also spread widely in the Cloud River battlefield. Now, that crazy Lu Iya was hiding in the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance. Many Devil Ridge cultivators who had heard the news from various channels had gathered here, wanting to get a share of the profits. Previously, a few Devil Ridge cultivators could not hold back and had broken into the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance to kill Lu Iya. In the end, they had been killed on the spot by the people of the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance. Not only that, but their sects had also been implicated. For the next 3 years, they would not be able to do any business with the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance. Under this deterrence, no one dared to cause trouble in the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance. Even if someone went in to investigate Lu Iya's whereabouts, they would pretend to be doing business. Whether Lu Iya was hiding in the Heavenly Secrets Business Alliance, no one knew. This was because, from the beginning to the end, no one had really seen him walk in. It was just a suspicion. But according to the rumors, after the mine incident, a person wearing a mask had walked into the Business Alliance with a huge bag. That person's figure was exactly the same as Lu Iya's. Wearing a mask was undoubtedly because he did not want to reveal his true appearance. As for the huge bag, it was very likely that it was the spoils of war after killing 2,000 people with poison. Therefore, although it was just a suspicion, many Devil Ridge cultivators still concluded that Lu Iya was hiding here. Among them, Sacred Flame sects Chu Yun and Zhou Pei were the most determined. The two of them were the first to arrive here. During this time, many Devil Ridge cultivators had lost their patience and left. However, the two of them had been sitting here for so many days, not moving at all. On the other side of the second floor of the tea house, there were two familiar figures. They were the lingering Xiao Yang and Tan Sheng. When a large number of Devil Ridge cultivators had gathered outside the Huitian Valley, the two of them had miscalculated Lu Iya's response. They had thought that he would definitely escape back to the 9 states, so they had left early. In the end, the development of the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. When they received the news and rushed to the mine, they saw a scene of purgatory. More than 2,000 Devil Ridge cultivators' corpses lay across the ground, making their scalps tingle. They could not help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, the two of them had not arrived too early. Otherwise, they would have become one of the 2,000 people. Apart from these 4 people, most of the other cultivators were related to those who had been poisoned to death by Lu Iya. Some of them had childhood friends whose senior brothers had died tragically in Lu Iya's hands, and some of their junior sisters had died. How could they not take revenge for such a grudge? Driven by hatred, they gathered from all directions. To be continued. Chapter 665. There were many cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge gathered in the tea house, and there was no lack of experts among them. However, not many of them were confident that they could kill Lu Yi. As long as Lu Yi hid in the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance, they would be helpless. Furthermore, the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance had the Heavenly Secret Pillar, which meant that Lu Yi could return to the 9 states at any time. It could be said that Lu Ye's current situation was countless times safer than when he was in Huitian Valley. Most of the cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge gathered here because they were unwilling to give up. There were also some who were hoping for a fluke. What if Lu Iya ran out of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance recklessly? He probably didn't know that there were so many pairs of eyes watching him from outside. After waiting for so many days, many people had already lost their patience. However, since they had already waited for so long, they might as well wait a few more days to see if there was any change in the situation. In another 10 days or half a month, more than 80% of the cultivators gathered here would disappear. After all, no one would keep watching until there was conclusive news. However, at noon on this day, things took a turn for the better. There were a lot of cultivators gathered in the tea house, so it had always been noisy. However, at a certain moment, the noise suddenly calmed down. It was as if someone had activated an invisible, soundproof barrier, enveloping the entire tea house. At the window of the tea house, the cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge looked in the direction of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance in disbelief. They didn't know when a figure had appeared there. That person was wearing a mask and had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. Judging from his posture, he had just walked out of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. In the 9 states, there were many cultivators who liked to wear masks, especially those ghost cultivators who acted sneakily. Therefore, a mask alone didn't mean anything. One's appearance could be covered by a mask, but one's figure couldn't be changed. What shocked the cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge was that person's figure was very similar to Lu Ye's. As if sensing their gazes, the person standing at the entrance of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance looked up at the 2nd floor of the tea house. When their gazes met, many cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge looked nervous and excited. They were excited because this person was most likely Luia, and he was really hiding in the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. He was nervous because the other party had already noticed the situation in the tea house and might not dare to come out. If he turned around and returned to the Tianji Business Alliance, no one could do anything to him. After a short moment of silent confrontation, the person suspected to be Louis Estrode out of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance's territory in front of everyone's eyes. The group of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators almost cheered in surprise. Under the mask, Louis looked helpless. Previously, he had been warned by the steward of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance that there were many Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators monitoring his movements. However, he did not expect that after so many days, there would still be so many people. These guys were really patient. Of course, he had a safer and more reliable solution, which was to return to the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance and return to the 9 provinces. He would wait for a month before coming back. By then, no one would know where he was. However, if he wanted to, he would have made this choice in the Huitian Valley long ago. Why would he wait until today? Besides, so what if he came back a month later? Countless cultivators in the myriad Devil Ridge were watching him. No matter where he was, as long as he dared to appear in front of others, he would definitely attract a lot of trouble. Unless he was hiding in the 9 provinces' main sect, it was useless to hide his appearance. Therefore, when Lu Yi stepped out of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance, he raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. In an instant, the many gazes that were looking at him from afar became much sharper. Previously, they had only been guessing. Now that he had taken off the mask, Lu Ye's identity was confirmed. After taking a few steps, Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat and stepped on it. He activated his spirit power, and the spirit boat soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light and flying in a certain direction. After him, someone in the tea house shouted in a low voice. In the next instant, everyone took action and flew out of the windows. It wasn't just this tea house. Numerous figures suddenly appeared in the buildings around the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance and flew up into the air. The tea house that was originally filled with guests was emptied out in an instant. This huge movement stunned some of the cultivators who didn't know what was going on. No one knew what was going on. In the sky, Lu Yi was in the lead, and behind him were at least 300 streams of multicolored light. At first glance, it looked like Lu Yi was leading a group of cultivators to do something, but in fact, the cultivators who were chasing after him were all itching to tear him to shreds. They thought that as long as Lu Yi dared to leave the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance, he would definitely die. However, after a while, many cultivators in the Myriad Devil Ridge realized that something was wrong. How is this little brat so fast? Someone asked in surprise. He was an 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Although speed wasn't his forte, it was still above average. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Lu Yi, a fifth-order cloud river realm cultivator, to escape from his pursuit. But in fact, the distance between him and Lu Yi didn't show any signs of closing. In other words, in terms of flying speed, Lu Yi, a fifth-order cultivator, was almost the same as an eighth-order cultivator. The flying speed of a cultivator depended on the strength of their cultivation. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation, the faster the flying speed. Therefore, it was very difficult for cultivators with low cultivation to survive in the hands of cultivators with high cultivation. If they couldn't win or escape, they could only die. Of course, there was also the factor of flying spirit artifacts. Different flying spirit artifacts were branded with different spirit arrays, which could bring different benefits to cultivators. Some expensive flying spirit artifacts could indeed allow cultivators to fly faster, but such flying spirit artifacts were all very expensive. The eighth-order cultivator quickly realized that flying spirit artifacts, which were valuable to other cultivators, were nothing to the famous dog Lu Yi. This guy didn't have much, but he had a lot of merit points. He could easily get 1 or 2 heavenly secret pillars. It was normal for him to get a top flying spirit artifact from the heavenly secret treasure house. In a moment of envy, jealousy, and hatred, the eighth-order cultivator became even more determined to kill Lu Yi. But at this moment, he also understood that it wouldn't be his turn to kill Lu Yi. The ninth-order cloud river realm cultivators were flying faster than him and were constantly closing the distance between them. As long as they caught up, Lu Yi would die without a doubt. It was a pity, and he only hated himself for being an eighth-order cultivator instead of a ninth-order cultivator. Time passed by, and the 300 or so people who had chased out of Heavenly Secret City gradually widened the distance between them. Those with lower cultivations were at the back, while those at the front had higher cultivations. The dozen or so figures at the front were all ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivators. All of them were desperately pushing their flying spirit artifacts, and the spirit chi in their bodies surged endlessly. At this juncture, what they needed to do was not just to kill Lu Yi, but also to be one step faster than the others. After all, Lu Yi only had one head, and whoever made the first move had the highest chance of taking Lu Ye's life. At the front, Lu Yi stuffed a few spirit pills into his mouth and chewed slowly. Although he was being chased by a large group of Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators, he didn't panic in the slightest. He even had the mood to assess his current strength. He dared to swagger out of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union under the noses of so many Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators, not because he was hot-headed, but because he had a certain degree of confidence that he could resolve this crisis. Of course, he was alone, and it was impossible for him to be the opponent of so many enemies. Once they caught up to him, there was no way he could survive. But the premise was that they caught up to him. At this moment, he was only driving his spirit ship, and after adding a wind travel spirit rune to it, he was basically on par with an ordinary 8th order cultivator. And this wasn't even his maximum speed. After some evaluation, he felt that if he went all out, those 9th order cultivators might not be able to catch up to him. Being able to reach this level with a 5th order Cloud River Realm cultivation, the opportunity he obtained in Fox Immortal Valley played a huge role. The baptism bestowed upon him by Heaven's secrets had allowed his already powerful foundation to reach a new height. Furthermore, his cultivation had increased by a level. Not only did this give him the ability to kill enemies 3 levels higher than him, it also gave him an even faster flying speed. Of course, this didn't mean that he could sit back and relax while being chased by 9th order Cloud River Realm cultivators. What he lacked compared to 9th order cultivators was his own spirit chi reserves. No matter how strong his foundation was, and how solid his foundation was, the difference of 4 minor realms made his spirit chi reserves inferior. Moreover, maintaining the wind travel spirit rune consumed a lot of spirit chi. So even though he had just started fleeing, Lu Yi was already prepared to replenish his spirit chi. Ordinary cultivators didn't have this convenience. After all, How much spirit pills could they refine while fleeing? Lu Yi, on the other hand, wasn't affected in this regard. In the past, he had never had the opportunity to seriously compete with Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators in terms of flying speed. Now, after trying it out, Lu Yi was even more confident in himself. A resentful voice came from behind him. Lu Yi, you can't escape. Die quickly. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to this. To be honest, he had heard similar words many times in different situations, but the result was that he was still alive and well, while the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge, who made things difficult for him, didn't have a good ending. The last time he spoke to him like this was the cultivator from Abyss Rainbow Hall named Song Jue. Speeding over 100 kilometers, the distance between the Ninth Order cultivators and Lu Yi was getting closer and closer. It was already close enough for them to attack. At the same time, Lu Yi also clearly felt a sharp aura locking onto him from behind. Just as the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators were about to attack, Lu Ye's figure suddenly fell at a speed so fast that it shocked them. This caused them to feel terrible, and they hurriedly dispersed the spirit chi they were secretly circulating. Immediately after, they saw Lu Yi turn around and fly past them, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. He was actually flying back in the direction he came from. To be continued. Chapter 666. Behind the group of Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators were the Eighth Order cultivators. Originally, they were about to give up the chase, because according to the current situation, Lu Yi would die at the hands of those Ninth Order cultivators. It would be useless, even if they chased after him. However, at this moment, they actually saw Lu Yi lower his body, turn around, and fly back. All of them were overjoyed at the unexpected good news. One by one, they landed on the ground, intending to intercept him. But before they could prepare, they saw Lu Yi put away his spirit boat and a pair of fiery red wings spread out from his back. His whole body turned into a red light and swept past them. The moment the wings appeared, Lu Ye's speed increased by a whole level. Everyone's expression changed. They hadn't expected that Lu Yi actually had such a method. Some people faintly realized something and couldn't help but look worriedly in the direction they had come from. They secretly exclaimed at Lu Yi's audacity and recklessness. The battle in the mine outside Grand Mang Mountain made Lu Yi understand a truth. Revenge had to be done early, preferably not overnight. Otherwise, if he missed it, even if he became stronger in the future, he might not have a chance to take revenge. After all, the Cloud River battlefield was so big that it was very difficult to find the whereabouts of a certain person. With his current strength, he was indeed not a match for Ninth Order cultivators. He would have a hard time fighting against Eighth Order cultivators, but killing those below the Eighth Order was basically not too difficult. The hundreds of cultivators who chased after him from Heaven's Fate City had uneven cultivations. After flying for 100 kilometers, the hundreds of cultivators formed a straight line, with those with lower cultivation being further back. Lu Yi had already passed through the Eighth Order and Ninth Order cultivators and was now facing those below the Eighth Order. Originally, these cultivators had almost lost sight of Lu Yi's figure, but driven by interest and hatred, they continued to pursue. Suddenly, they saw a figure covered in flowing flames rushing towards them, and they couldn't help but be startled. Looking around, someone shouted in surprise, "It's Lu Yi!" As the words fell, many cultivators summoned their spirit artifacts and secretly pushed their spirit chi, waiting for Lu Yi to arrive in front of them to teach him a lesson. In the next instant, the fiery red stream of light crashed into the group of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators with an indestructible aura. Violent spiritual energy surged endlessly at this moment, and the rumbling sound was endless, accompanied by screams and exclamations. In the blink of an eye, the red light Lu Yi had transformed into was like an arrow, piercing through the enemy's formation. Behind him, the sky was filled with a bloody mist as severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. In that instant of contact, at least 7 or 8 people were killed. The remaining Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators all looked horrified. None of them had expected Lu Yi, a mere fifth order, to be able to display such strength. It was true that more than 20 million Demon Ridge cultivators had died at his hands in the caves outside Grand Mang Mountains, including several Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators, but they had all been poisoned to death by him, not because of his own strength. Only a few people knew Lu Ye's true strength. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that Lu Ye's own strength could not be underestimated. In the brief contact just now, none of the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators could block a single blow from him. The red light that had pierced through the enemy's formation changed direction again and rushed forward again, killing several myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators who had yet to recover from their shock. "Lu Yi, how dare you!" Angry shouts rang out. The 8th and 9th Order cultivators had caught up, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They never thought that, under such circumstances, Lu Yi would actually have the guts to come back and kill more than a dozen people right under their noses. Although the people who had died were not related to them in any way, they still felt their faces burning. Lu Yi's actions were like a slap to their faces. Sensing that these powerful pursuers were approaching, Lu Yi did not stay any longer. After piercing through the enemy's formation for the second time, he immediately fled in a certain direction. Every time the fiery red wings on his back flapped, his figure would cross a large distance. The dozen or so Ninth Order cultivators who were chasing after him were shocked to find that Lu Ye's flying speed was not inferior to theirs. In fact, it was even faster. Originally, when they left Heaven Fate City, Lu Ye's speed was already exaggerated enough. With his 5th Order cultivation, his speed was comparable to an ordinary 8th Order cultivator. Everyone thought that it was because of his flight-type spirit artifact. But now, he had put away his flight-type spirit artifact and was relying on his own ability. Moreover, his speed was even faster than before. This was simply unreasonable. At this moment, the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators finally understood why Lu Yi had the guts to run out of Heaven Fate City. Obviously, he had nothing to fear. "Everyone, that's a flying wing inscription." Someone suddenly said, "Lu Yi must have an extremely skilled inscription master behind him." The speaker obviously had a certain degree of understanding of spiritual tattoos. Although he knew that Lu Yi was also a spiritual tattooist, he didn't think that Lu Yi could construct a flying wing spiritual tattoo that could enable practitioners to fly stably. It was unreasonable. Even a warrior in the Divine Sea Realm might not be able to construct and maintain the stability of spiritual tattoos while activating the power of spiritual tattoos to fly. It might be possible for a short period of time, but over time, mistakes would inevitably occur. Flying wing spirit inscriptions that required a long time to maintain were generally used in the Tao of Inscription. The speaker continued, "He is using the power of the flying wing spirit inscription like this, which consumes a lot of his strength. With his 5th Order cultivation, he can only maintain it for half an hour at most. So, everyone, don't let him get rid of you. You must keep up with him. After half an hour, he will definitely die." As soon as these words came out, the group of 9th Order cultivators immediately perked up. Originally, there were still some people who were considering whether to use some secret technique to increase their speed. But after hearing these words, they gave up on the idea. Anything that involved a secret technique of this level would cause a certain degree of backlash. Just like when Ing Wu Ji had used a secret technique to escape outside returning Sky Valley, he had ended up weakening himself to the extreme. So, unless it was a last resort, no cultivator was willing to use a secret technique. It had to be said that this 9th Order cultivator had a considerable understanding of the Tao of spirit inscriptions, but he did not understand Lu Yi. If it were an ordinary 5th Order cultivator, they would not be able to maintain their flying wing spirit inscription for too long. This was not a spirit inscription that a Cloud River Realm cultivator could master. But who would have thought that Lu Yi would have something like a talent tree? The flying wing spirit inscription was activated on the talent tree, so it consumed much less energy than a simple flying wing spirit inscription. Coupled with Lu Ye's strong foundation, he had been taking spirit pills to supplement his own consumption from the very beginning. So things were bound to go differently from what this cultivator had expected. As time passed, the distance between them gradually increased. Even if the group of ninth order cultivators desperately pushed their strength, after half an hour they could only see a red dot in the distance. This kind of distance was very dangerous, because if the distance increased any further, they would lose track of Lu Yi. If that happened, where would they go to find him? The ninth order cultivator who spoke earlier had a pale expression. Previously, he had vowed that with Lu Ye's cultivation, he would only be able to last half an hour at most. Now that the time limit was up, but looking at Lu Ye's posture in the distance, he was clearly full of vitality, not showing any signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, after half an hour of pushing their strength, with all their strength, all of them had consumed a lot of energy. Although they were not in a state of exhaustion, they had reached a point where it would affect their strength. Seemingly aware of the faintly discernible gazes around him, the cultivator who spoke earlier gritted his teeth and said, "He won't be able to hold on for long. Fellow Taoists, victory is right in front of us. We must not give up. At the very least, we can't let him get away. Otherwise, everything will be over." Saying so, the spirit energy surging around his body fluctuated a few times in a very strange pattern, and immediately his whole body became flushed red. His already extremely fast speed suddenly increased by a notch, and in an instant he pulled away from the others. Apparently, he had used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed. Seeing him so determined, the others followed suit and urged their secret techniques that they would not easily use. At their level of cultivation, they would basically cultivate some life-saving or desperate secret techniques. These secret techniques were either passed down from their sects or purchased from the heavens' secret treasure house. In fact, Lu Yi had also cultivated some secret techniques. The Heart's Eye taught by Xiaoliang was a secret technique of the Wild Blade sect. The blood transmutation technique taught by third senior brother was also a secret technique. However, the two secret techniques he had learned did not have much of a backlash, especially the Heart's Eye secret technique, which was just an extension and expansion of one's perception. The blood transmutation technique had some backlash, but as long as one paid a little attention, the impact would not be too great. The secret techniques these ninth order cultivators were using at this moment were different. All of them were used to increase their speed in a critical moment, so the backlash was obvious, and the longer it lasted, the greater the backlash would be. But at this moment, in order not to be left behind by Lu Yi, they did not care so much, especially one of the sword cultivators. When the sword cry rang out, he suddenly overtook everyone else and took the lead. The gap that had been opened by Lu Yi was constantly closing. Lu Yi, who was fleeing in front, obviously felt it, but at this moment he was running at full speed. The wind walk and flight wings, spirit tattoos were constantly activated, so he could no longer increase his speed. Moreover, the consumption of spirit energy in his body was huge. Even if he had been taking spirit pills to replenish his spirit energy, the consumption of spirit energy for Lu Yi to maintain the state of 2 spirit tattoos was unimaginable. The spirit energy he replenished by refining spirit pills was simply not enough to make ends meet. Fortunately, he still had his spirit storage ring. The spirit energy stored in this spirit artifact ring was either infused by him on a daily basis or dissipated by himself, so he could use it at any time without any delay or hidden dangers. As they chased, the scenery on the ground quickly passed by. Lu Yi took out his 10-minute map and checked his position, looking for a suitable hiding place around him. He had to be prepared to be caught. If he really couldn't get rid of those guys behind him, he could only find some terrain he could use to hide. Genius Station address. Mobile version reading address. M. Chapter 667. After a brief investigation, Lu Yi quickly turned and rushed off in a certain direction. There was a large river there that he might be able to use in a moment of crisis. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer, and the amount of spirit energy stored in his storage ring was dwindling. The situation was gradually becoming worse. The sound of surging water reached his ears. Lu Yi had arrived at the large river he had seen on the map. On the map, this large river was marked as the Pai River, stretching nearly 10,000 kilometers from east to west. The water was turbid and turbulent, and there were some powerful monster beasts living in it. Just as Lu Yi was considering whether to escape into the river, relying on this great river to conceal himself, the speed of his pursuers suddenly slowed down. Using this secret technique for a long time, these Ninth Order Masters were also beginning to feel a little overwhelmed. How could there be a Fifth Order cultivator in this world who could run so fast? Even after going all out, they still couldn't catch up. In this situation, they were also riding a tiger and finding it difficult to dismount. They were unwilling to give up. They had been chasing for so long, and perhaps Lu Yi was about to reach the end of his life. But if they continued, who knew if they could catch up? Many pairs of eyes turned towards the Ninth Order Master who had spoken before. This person's face was slightly pale at this moment. He had been the first to use his secret technique, so his consumption was also the greatest. At this moment, his aura was somewhat weak, and it was obvious he was about to collapse. However, this Ninth Order Master still gritted his teeth. He must be about to die. Fellow Taoists, don't give up. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. The group of Ninth Order Masters didn't know what to say. However, a person's strength was limited, and one of the Ninth Order Masters suddenly came to a halt, flying downwards. He couldn't hold on any longer, and if he continued chasing like this, regardless of whether Lu Yi died or not, this Ninth Order Master was about to reach the end of his life. After using his secret technique and suffering a backlash, if he didn't quickly restore himself, it would likely leave behind some hidden dangers. Although this Ninth Order Master also wanted to kill Lu Yi, compared with an uncertain outcome and his own future, he chose the latter. If there was a first, there would be a second in just a stick of incense worth of time, for Ninth Order Masters gave up one after another. Although the remaining people were still clenching their teeth and persevering, it was clear that they would not be able to hold on for much longer. However, they still clenched their teeth and continued to give chase. It was not that they were certain that they could catch up to Lu Yi, but when they were giving chase, they had already sent a message to the outside world. At this moment, some people were rushing over from nearby. What they needed to do now was to not let Lu Yi out of their sight. Once the reinforcements arrived, Lu Yi wouldn't be able to escape. In the pursuit, they were also constantly reporting Lu Yi's current location to the outside world. Lu Yi had also noticed this and had a bad feeling about it, but there was nothing he could do to stop them. Time passed, and after an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi suddenly turned his head in a certain direction, only to see several streams of light rushing towards him. Judging from the flying speed of these people, they were all 8th or 9th Order cultivators. This was undoubtedly the helper that the pursuing soldiers had called for. He hurriedly changed his direction and fled away from the person. However, he didn't go far before a few more streams of light entered his field of vision. There were also people rushing over from this direction. As expected, the people chasing him were all 9th Order cultivators with a wide network of contacts. They had all called for their friends and spread the news. Naturally, those who wanted to take his life would come to participate. Lu Yi could sense that he had probably entered an encirclement. No matter which direction he fled in, there would be myriad demons, ridge, cultivators intercepting him. In the end, he still had to use the Pai River to escape. The turbulent and turbid river water could conceal his aura and movements very well. As long as he rushed into the Pai River, it would be difficult for the myriad demons, ridge, cultivators to find him. But in this way, the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators only needed to set up a blockade around the area where he fell into the water. It would be difficult for him to show himself unless he held his breath and fled far away. Yi's 9-spirit array could be used. If he held his breath for too long, he could enter the 9-spirit array diagram to take a breath. Presumably, the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators would not expect him to have such a rare treasure. So for Lu Yi, although the situation was critical, it was not to the point where he was helpless. Moreover, he had consumed too much energy and could no longer escape like this. In the end, he still had to save some strength in case of an accident. Just as he made up his mind to rush into the Pai River, a violent spirit energy fluctuation suddenly came from a certain direction. Lu Yi hurriedly looked up. In that direction, a stream of light suddenly swept out from somewhere on the ground and crashed into the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators' camp. Then a fierce battle broke out. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. What was even more shocking was that the person who had suddenly appeared was extremely powerful. He brandished his long sword, and sword chi swept out in all directions. In an extremely short period of time, he had killed those myriad Devil's Ridge cultivators until they were in a sorry state. No one knew who this person was, because this person was wearing a white mask on his face, so they couldn't see his face clearly. However, from the other party's curvaceous figure, it was surprisingly a woman. Even the large sleeves and wide robes couldn't hide the other party's proud figure. Her graceful figure was vividly outlined by the robes as she moved around. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who fought against her were all shocked because the strength displayed by this woman far exceeded that of an ordinary ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Originally, they had planned to surround Lu Yi with the others, but after being interrupted by this mysterious woman, they were suddenly at a loss as to what to do. Lu Yi didn't know who this woman was. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been hunted down many times. He had also received help from the cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance, but most of those had happened on the Spirit Stream battlefield, on the Cloud River battlefield. Only the last time in the hunting ground did his fourth senior brother ask some of his friends to help him. So he did not expect that at this critical moment someone would jump out to help him. But it was undeniable that this woman was very strong. After a brief hesitation, the fiery red wings on Lu Ye's back flapped as he gave up on the idea of escaping into the Pai River and flew straight in the woman's direction. He did not join the other party's battle and instead shouted as he flew past her, "Run!" No matter how strong this woman was, she was still alone. Since she had come to help him, Lu Yi had no reason to leave her behind. The woman obviously understood that the current situation was not suitable for her to be entangled with the enemy too much. After seeing Lu Yi rush out of the encirclement, she slashed down with a shocking sword wave, forcing the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators in front of her to retreat. She then turned around and chased after Lu Yi. She was strong enough and fast enough to catch up with Lu Yi in just a few breaths. Lu Yi secretly rejoiced that there was no such master among the myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators who had been chasing him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape for so long. But then again, this woman was a sword cultivator, and sword cultivators were known for their speed and killing. "Come with me," the woman said and led the way. Lu Yi followed, closely behind. Behind him were many myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators who had heard the news and rushed over. Along the way, Lu Yi and the mysterious woman did not communicate at all. However, Lu Yi was always about 300 feet away from her. The mysterious woman seemed to be here to help him, but before confirming her identity, Lu Yi did not dare to believe her rashly. Who knew if this woman was from the myriad Demon's Ridge? If everything that had happened before was just a show, then he would be in a bad situation. However, the possibility of this was not high. If the mysterious woman really wanted to harm him, she could have done it now. Lu Yi was only suspicious of her hiding her head and showing her tail. although he himself sometimes hid his head and showed his tail. However, he basically wore all kinds of facial masks, while the woman wore a simple white mask. As if sensing Lu Ye's vigilance, the mysterious woman did not say anything. She seemed to have a cold temperament, and naturally had a temperament that did not allow strangers to approach her. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a rock wall. The rock wall was smooth and did not look special. However, Lu Yi saw something out of place at a glance. A formation. There were traces of someone setting up a formation here. Just as he was about to activate the spirit runes of insight, he saw a jade pendant appear in the mysterious woman's hand. She activated her spirit energy and gently shook it at the rock wall. A mystic light shot out, and an entrance quickly appeared on the rock wall that was as smooth as a mirror. The mysterious woman stepped in, but after taking a few steps, she turned back to look at Lu Yi. Because Lu Yi stood in place and did not move. As if sensing Lu Ye's scruples, the mysterious woman said, "If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago." Lu Yi did not comment on this statement. "They are catching up." As the mysterious woman spoke, her eyes under the mask looked past Lu Ye's figure and could clearly see streams of light flying over. In less than 20 breaths, those myriad demons' ridge cultivators would catch up. Lu Yi shook his head and said, "I will remember fellow Taoists' great kindness in my heart. Farewell." Even if he was sure that the mysterious woman did not have any thoughts about him, Lu Yi was not willing to follow such a powerful person into a cave. That was equivalent to putting his life in the other party's hands. One could say that he did not appreciate her kindness or that he was stubborn, but there was nothing wrong with being careful. The mysterious woman's chest rose and fell visibly. She clearly did not expect Lu Yi to have such a reaction and was a little angry. However, at this moment, she clearly did not have time to be entangled with Lu Yi. Seeing that Lu Yi was really about to leave, she hurriedly said, "Heaven's secret is my witness. I have no ill intentions towards you." Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. She came to save him, but he was suspicious of her. She even took the initiative to swear a heaven's secret oath. "Sorry." Lu Yi nodded slightly. The mysterious woman ignored him and turned to walk inside. Lu Yi hurriedly followed. Under the heaven's secret oath, no matter what the other party's purpose was, at the very least, she did not have any ill intentions towards him. This made Lu Yi have no worries. 7017K. Chapter 668. He followed the woman all the way into the depths of the mountain. After about 300 feet, there was no way out. They should be in the belly of the mountain, so the space wasn't very spacious. Although the light was dim, it didn't affect Lu Ye's vision. After suddenly arriving at such a dangerous place, Lu Yi almost suspected that the mysterious woman had made a fake heavenly oath. He originally thought that by following her he would be able to enter a hidden place or find a place to hide. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. There were already fluctuations of spirit power behind him, and there were also sounds of conversation. It was obvious that the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators had already caught up, but before they could confirm whether there was an ambush, they didn't dare to rashly enter. However, they would definitely rush in. When that time came, Lu Yi would have no way out and his escape route would be blocked. He would undoubtedly die. "Come here." The mysterious woman in front saw Lu Yi in a daze and raised her hand to beckon him. Although Lu Yi was suspicious, he still walked forward and stood not far from the woman. "Come closer." The mysterious woman was a little impatient. Lu Ye's vigilant attitude made her feel very uncomfortable. In fact, this place wasn't very spacious, so Lu Yi couldn't get too close. Hearing her words, Lu Yi simply walked to her side and stood still. A delicate fragrance instantly lingered at the tip of his nose. All of a sudden, the mysterious woman's spiritual energy surged. As her spiritual energy surged, the mysterious runes beneath their feet glowed brightly, illuminating the dark space. Lu Yi stared at the complicated patterns under his feet in shock, then looked at the woman beside him in disbelief. However, the woman's face was covered by a mask, so Lu Yi couldn't see her expression at all. Before he could ask anything, the space shrouded in light began to distort, and in the next moment, the two figures suddenly disappeared. The commotion here alarmed the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who had rushed over. After probing a little and confirming that there were no hidden traps or formations, the cultivators who had chased here all rushed in. Soon, they reached the end of the 300-meter-long passageway. However, it was empty inside. There was not a single person in sight. Where did they go? Some people were puzzled. They had clearly seen Lu Yi and the mysterious woman walk in here, and there was no path ahead. So why did they disappear for no reason? How could two living people just disappear for no reason? Teleportation formation. Someone squatted down and looked at the remnants of the formation on the ground, revealing its mysteries. I've long heard that Lu Yi can set up teleportation formations. It seems like it's true. In such an environment where there was no way forward, it was impossible for two living people to disappear for no reason. However, if they borrowed the power of the teleportation formation, then it made sense. But what made people puzzled was Lu Yi actually left a teleportation array here. When did he do it? Ever since he left Tianji City, he had been on the run. Obviously, it was impossible for him to have left it behind this time. Therefore, it could only have been left behind by him in the past. No matter when he did it, his cultivation is not high now. Even if he left a teleportation formation behind, the distance he can teleport to can't be too far. Right now, he must be within 300 miles. As a result, the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who had rushed in quickly retreated, and news spread out. Many myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were mobilized to search for Lu Yi within a radius of 150 kilometers. At the same time, in another hidden place, Lu Yi's expression was complicated. Those myriad Devil Ridge cultivators thought that the teleportation formation in the belly of the mountain was left behind by him, but in reality it was not. This was also the reason why Lu Yi had been so shocked. He had always thought that in the entire 9 states world, he was the only Cloud River tier cultivator who could set up something like a teleportation formation. Only today did he realize that he had been too arrogant. In the Cloud River tier, he was not the only one who could set up a teleportation formation. There were others. The 9 states world was vast, and there were many capable people in the world. It looked like he was still sitting in a well, looking at the sky as if it were the vastness of the well. Lu Yi did not feel the frustration of having his exclusive item shine in the hands of others. Instead, he was very excited. After relieving the discomfort caused by the teleportation formation, he hurriedly looked at the mysterious woman beside him. Fellow cultivator, that teleportation formation, I didn't set it up. The mysterious woman seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and she answered before he could finish his sentence. Then, I don't know who set it up either. You don't need to ask. Lu Yi choked. This was the first time he had met such a woman. Moreover, she did not know who set up the teleportation formation. What was she talking about? If she did not know, why would she bring him to that place and use the teleportation formation to escape? Lu Yi subconsciously felt that this mysterious woman did not want to tell him too much. This was very strange. She had come out of her own accord to save him, and she had even exposed an extremely hidden location. However, her attitude toward him could not be considered warm. What was she planning? Moreover, this mysterious woman gave Lu Yi a feeling of superiority. He could not help but feel that he was not facing a cultivator of the same generation as him. Instead, he felt as if he were facing a senior at the True Lake tier or even the Spirit Sea tier. Lu Yi suppressed some of the doubts in his heart and said, "Thank you for your help this time. May I ask for your name?" "I was only following orders." "You don't need to know my name," the mysterious woman said as she looked around. "By the looks of it, It seemed that she had also come to this place for the first time. This caused Lu Yi to vaguely believe her words. However, the woman's words undoubtedly caused Lu Yi to be puzzled. Following orders? Whose order was it? Since she had saved him, she must have thought highly of him or wanted to be on good terms with him. Why did she have to hide it like this? Not only did she not report her name, but she also covered her face. This caused Lu Yi to be confused. Although he did not need to repay the kindness of saving his life with his body, Lu Yi at least wanted to know who this kindness came from. The woman had already turned and walked in a direction. This was a cave. It was dark, but not humid. The space was also much more spacious than the belly of the mountain. In the quiet environment, although the sound of footsteps was light, it was still clear and audible. Lu Yi followed behind the woman. He had many questions to ask, but the other party's attitude was cold. Obviously, it was useless to ask. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the bottom of the cave. The mysterious woman stood still and looked at Lu Yi. It's time for you to return to the 9 states. Now, many people in the Myriad Devil Ridge are looking for you. Once you show yourself, you will be hunted down endlessly. So, returning to the 9 states is the safest. Lu Yi naturally did not want to return to the 9 regions. If he wanted to return, he would have done so long ago. The mysterious woman did not know his methods and thought that he had been hunted to a dead end. In fact, although the situation was dangerous, it was still under control. Moreover, at this place, even if he wanted to return to the 9 regions, he could not. But soon, Lu Ye's expression froze. This was because not far in front of them, a pillar of heaven's secrets stood quietly. There was actually a Tianji pillar here. This was not the Tianji Business Alliance, nor was it a spiritual land. For a Tianji pillar to be hidden in such a secluded place, it was obviously used to deal with dangerous situations such as now. First, there was a teleportation formation. Then there was a Tianji pillar. Lu Yi really wanted to know who was secretly helping him. The mysterious woman said that she was following orders. Who was the mastermind behind this? What was their purpose? The locations of the teleportation formations had been exposed. Now the Tianji pillar was exposed in front of him. The other party had paid such a huge price, but had no intention of revealing his identity. What exactly were they plotting? Why are you in a daze? The mysterious woman could not help but urge Lu Yi when she saw him standing there in a daze. No. What? I said, I'm not going back to the 9 regions. A look of surprise flashed across the mysterious woman's eyes under the mask. She looked Lu Yi up and down and said patiently, maybe you don't understand your current situation, or maybe I didn't explain it clearly enough, but you only need to know one thing. If you continue to stay in the Cloud River battlefield, it will be very dangerous. Of course I know. If you know, then why aren't you leaving? The woman could not help but curse in her heart. She completely lost her patience and said indifferently, that's not up to you. Saying so, she raised her hand and grabbed at Lu Yi. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to tie Lu Yi up and bring him back to the 9 regions. When this woman fought the 8th and 9th Order Masters from Myriad Demon Ridge alone, Lu Yi knew that she was very strong, but to what extent, Lu Yi did not have a clear idea. Until now, when the small white hand reached out, Lu Yi had no time to react at all. A clanging sound rang out as a fiery, red sword light slashed out. Lu Yi instinctively slashed out. This was purely the power of his heart's eye secret technique. Facing this slash, the woman did not dare to take it head-on. The long sword in her other hand suddenly popped out and blocked the attack. The sword and saber collided. A crisp sound rang out and sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ye's figure fluttered back as an awkward expression appeared on his face. Sorry, my body's instincts. But then he thought about it and realized that something wasn't right. This woman had just sworn a heavenly secret oath, saying that she had no malice towards him. So why was she attacking him now? What's going on? Don't hinder me from completing my mission. The mysterious woman's aura became colder and colder with the sword in her hand. I'll give you two choices. One is to obediently return to the 9 regions, and the other is for me to knock you out and bring you back to the 9 regions. Lu Yi stubbornly said, Fellow Taoist, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. What's wrong with this woman? Why does she want me to return to the 9 regions? She just saved me and now she wants to force me? However, the only thing Lu Yi could be sure of was that this woman had no malice towards him. After all, she had sworn a heaven's secret oath. If she had any malice, she would definitely be punished by heaven's secret oath. 7017K. Chapter 669. The mysterious woman couldn't care less about forcing things. Seeing that Lu Yi wasn't willing to comply, she snorted coldly and flicked her sword, sending a sky full of sword chi towards Lu Yi. Lu Ye's heart's eye secret technique was pushed to the extreme at this moment. The mountain ascending saber in his hand continuously slashed and slashed. The crisp sounds of sword and saber colliding rang out continuously. He was overwhelmed with shock. This woman's strength was a little too strong. He had killed an 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator before, although he had Yi's help at that time. Even without her, he could still do the same with his own strength. It would just take a longer time and more methods. In other words, the current him was actually qualified to fight against a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Even if he couldn't win, he could still hold on for a while. But in front of this mysterious woman, Lu Yi found that all his efforts were in vain. Faced with her storm-like attacks, it took less than 10 breaths for his defenses to crumble layer by layer. She was obviously not using her full strength. This woman was a sword cultivator. The strongest means of sword cultivators were flying swords, not close combat like this. The sharp sword chi shattered and Lu Yi froze in place. The sharp sword was pressed against his forehead. He could feel the cold touch and a faint, wet feeling flowing down his forehead. He couldn't see the woman's expression under the mask, but Lu Yi could feel her cold aura. Return to the 9 states. The woman threatened. His skills were inferior, so there was nothing to say. If she really wanted to take his life, he would have died just now. If he continued to be stubborn, he might really be knocked out and brought back to the 9 states. It was better to obediently submit. At most, the trip to the 100 Formation Tower would be delayed by a month. But before Lu Yi could nod in agreement, the woman suddenly groaned. She couldn't even hold the sword in her hand steadily. Her aura became extremely chaotic at this moment. She hurriedly took a few steps back, distancing herself from Lu Yi, as if she was afraid of accidentally injuring him. What's wrong? Lu Yi frowned and asked. The mysterious woman didn't answer, but the next scene left Lu Yi dumbfounded. It was as if an invisible seal had been broken, and the woman's chaotic aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, she had broken through the level of a Cloud River tier cultivator. This scene was so familiar that Lu Yi couldn't help but recall the scene he encountered in the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance a few days ago. That day, when he was queuing up in the Heavenly Secret Merchant Alliance's Heavenly Secret Hall, he was ambushed by a few myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. In the end, a steward of the Heavenly Secret Merchant Alliance suddenly attacked and killed those people with lightning speed. The steward's situation at that time was exactly the same as the woman's. Someone who seemed to be in the Cloud River tier suddenly burst forth with the aura and strength of a true lake tier. This mysterious woman wasn't a cultivator at the Cloud River tier. Instead, she was at the Cloud River tier. You're from the Tianji Business Alliance? Lu Yi asked in surprise. As far as he knew, only the members of the Heavenly Mystery Business Alliance had such a bizarre ability. They were able to enter the battlefield of the Heavenly Mystery tier with a cultivation level that surpassed the Cloud River tier. Moreover, they were able to erupt with their true power in a short period of time. Return to the 9 regions. The woman warned Lu Yi through gritted teeth. Her voice was filled with difficulty, as if she was resisting something. After she finished speaking, the space around her suddenly distorted and she disappeared. If it weren't for the unique fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, Lu Yi would most likely have thought that the experience just now was just an illusion. What's going on? Lu Yi was truly at a loss. Thinking back to everything that had happened since he met this mysterious woman, there was a sense of strangeness. She suddenly appeared and opened a gap in the encirclement for him, allowing him to escape. Immediately afterward, she led him to a hidden cave. There was still a teleportation formation left there. Through that teleportation formation, they arrived here. There was also the heavenly secret pillar that had been left behind long ago. Regardless of whether it was the teleportation formation or the heavenly secret pillar, neither of them were methods that ordinary people could possess. The former required a powerful formation Dao attainment, while the latter required a huge amount of capital. The mysterious woman's attitude towards him was also neither warm nor cold. In fact, there were many times when she was impatient. This was somewhat contradictory to her actions of risking her life to save Lu Yi. However, she also said that she was only following orders. As for whose orders she was following, Lu Yi had no idea. Faintly, Lu Yi felt that he seemed to have touched upon something that he had never thought of before. The complexity of this matter far exceeded his imagination. It was not something that a fifth-order cloud river realm cultivator like him should be able to come into contact with. Looking at the place where the woman disappeared, Lu Yi frowned. It was only now that he suddenly realized a problem. That woman might not be from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. The Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance had never interfered in the struggles and grievances of cultivators. That was why they could maintain a transcendent status in the entire 9 regions. Perhaps the shadow of Heaven's secret was part of this. It was because of Heaven's secret that they were able to possess abilities that other cultivators did not possess. For example, entering the Cloud River battlefield with a cultivation that surpassed the Cloud River realm allowed them to display their true strength for a short period of time. If that woman was from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, she would not have come to save him. Otherwise, she would have broken the neutral position that the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance had always maintained and would be punished by Heaven's Secret. Was there anyone in this world who was not from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance who could use such means? Furthermore, from the clues that Lu Yi had obtained, there was an organization behind this woman. The teleportation array from before and the Heavenly Secret pillar in front of him were all the handiwork of this organization. Only a certain organization could have such a strong foundation. What kind of mysterious organization was this? The woman wore a mask to conceal her appearance. Obviously, she was afraid of being recognized. If that was the case, she should be quite famous. Once her true appearance was exposed, it would be very easy for others to find out. Lu Yi was not sure how high her cultivation was. At the very least, she was at the True Lake realm. As for her final disappearance, most likely, she had used some special method to suppress her own cultivation level and enter the battlefield of the Clouds River. However, this method had a time limit, or perhaps she could not use too much power. Otherwise, it would lose its effect. And once she possessed power that surpassed the Cloud River tier, she would be rejected by the battlefield of the Clouds River and be sent out of the battlefield of the Clouds River. This was different from the situation of the manager of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. After that manager revealed the strength of the True Lake realm, he easily suppressed his cultivation to the Cloud River Ninth Order. However, the mysterious woman could not. This was also the main reason why Lu Yi determined that she was not from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. In this cultivation world, there seemed to be many things that low-level cultivators cannot come into contact with, or even dare to imagine. Everyone said that only Cloud River realm cultivators could enter the Cloud River battlefield. No other cultivators could enter. However, in less than half a month, Lu Yi had already seen 2 cultivators that surpassed the Cloud River realm. No wonder he had always felt that the mysterious woman was ridiculously strong. It turned out that her foundation was far beyond the Cloud River realm. However, the other party had undoubtedly taken some risks by coming to save him. No matter how strong her foundation was, in the end, she could only use the techniques of the Cloud River tier on this battlefield of the Cloud River tier. If she was really surrounded and attacked by many people, she would also be in danger. Moreover, this time, she had also exposed a hidden location and the teleportation array there. No matter what organization was behind the woman, they would suffer losses this time. Although Lu Yi did not want to speculate about others from a malicious angle, the other party's sneaky actions were still a little alarming. Regardless of the nature of the organization behind the mysterious woman and what purpose they had, since they had saved him, they should have some ulterior motive. Perhaps they had taken a liking to his potential. Thinking about it, this was not strange. In the cultivation world of the 9 states, there were geniuses in every generation. However, it was rare to see someone like Lu Yi, who had turned the Spirit Stream battlefield upside down with his own strength and caused such a huge commotion in the Cloud River battlefield. He had already displayed his talent, so the organization would definitely take note of him. This time, perhaps they had saved him to do him a favor, so they did not reveal anything to him. Thinking of this, Lu Yi immediately understood that he would definitely have a chance to interact with people from this organization in the future. He decided to ignore the many doubts in his heart. As the saying went, when the cart reached the mountain, there would be a way out. His cultivation level was still low, so even if he knew the other party's background, it would not be of any use. When his cultivation level was higher in the future, it would not be too late to think of a way to find out more. The danger before him had passed. The mysterious woman wanted to force Lu Yi back to the 9 states. But didn't the heavens do as she wished? Lu Yi did not return to the 9 states, and the other party was expelled from the Cloud River battlefield. Now, no one dared to force him anymore. The location he was in should be very safe. After he relaxed his mind, the accumulated fatigue from before surged up, and Lu Yi suddenly felt exhausted. The main reason was that he had used up too much of his spiritual power. Maintaining the wings and flight patterns for a long time was indeed a bit too much for him. Quickly recovering was more important. Sitting down cross-legged, Lu Yi took out a spirit pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and silently refined it. At the same time, in a certain sect in the 9 states, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the sealed Tianji Hall. It was the mysterious woman who was still wearing a white mask. Thinking back to what had just happened, the woman under the mask frowned. She raised a hand and tapped on her battlefield imprint, sending out a message. Mission failed. The target has not returned to the 9 states. Although she didn't know what kind of choice Lu Yi would make after she left, just from his previous performance, the woman concluded that he would definitely not obediently return to the 9 regions. After a while, another message came. Where is he? At foothold number 35, the woman replied. After a long time, the other party sent another message. Let's leave it at that for now. Whether he lives or dies, it will depend on his luck. After a simple exchange, the woman walked out. As she walked, she took off the white mask on her face and put it away, revealing an outstanding beauty. The door of Tianji Hall was pushed open, and the woman's figure appeared. There was a group of people waiting outside. There were true Lake Stage cultivators, Cloud River Stage cultivators, and Spirit Stream Stage cultivators. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, Sect Master." The woman only nodded slightly, then rushed into the sky. Many young disciples looked at her leaving figure, unable to regain their senses for a long time. 7017K. Chapter 670. In the hidden cave, Lu Yi refined the spirit pill's medicinal efficacies to restore his body while he checked his current location. After a while, he furrowed his brow. There was something wrong with his current location. He was picked up by the mysterious woman near the Pai River. Then, the two of them flew as fast as lightning and entered a hidden cave. With the help of a transmission array, they were transported here. He remembered his previous location very clearly. What made him feel that something was wrong was the distance. The previous location was more than 1,500 kilometers away from here. Even if he counted the distance he and the mysterious woman flew across, the remaining distance was more than 1,000 kilometers. In other words, the previous transmission array was more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. He was greatly shocked. He could also set up teleportation arrays himself. In the beginning, the teleportation arrays he set up could only teleport a limited distance. However, as his attainments in array Tao gradually increased and his cultivation level gradually increased, the teleportation arrays he set up could teleport a greater distance. He was now a 5th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, and the transmission arrays he set up had a range of about 300 kilometers. He had made some calculations before. Even if he reached the 9th-order Cloud River Realm in the future, the transmission arrays he set up would not exceed 600 kilometers. Any further, and the transmission arrays would not be able to respond to each other. But the transmission arrays left behind by the mysterious organization in the Cloud River battlefield could actually cover a distance of 1,000 kilometers. This undoubtedly meant that the person who set up the transmission arrays had a much higher attainment in the Tao of arrays than he did. After pondering for a while, Lu Yi came to a realization. Naturally, an ordinary Cloud River Realm cultivator would not have such an ability. But since the organization could let the mysterious woman, a cultivator above the Cloud River Realm, enter the Cloud River battlefield, they could naturally let others enter. For example, a true lake realm array cultivator or even a spirit sea realm array cultivator. If such a powerful array cultivator set up a transmission array, it would not be surprising that it could cover a distance of 1,000 kilometers. This organization should have left these hidden places in the Cloud River battlefield for emergency purposes. Although Lu Yi had only come into contact with 2 of them, it was obvious that there were more than 2 such hidden strongholds. It seemed that the scale of this mysterious organization was much larger than previously thought. Lu Yi could not be bothered to find out the purpose of this mysterious organization. The transmission arrays they set up piqued his interest. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about his own situation. Those people from the Myriad Devil Ridge should be able to guess that he had used the teleportation array to escape. However, according to their knowledge, the teleportation array he had set up could only span 300 to 400 miles. Therefore, they should have used the location where he had disappeared as the center to search for him within 300 to 400 miles. Who would have thought that he was thousands of miles away? This was undoubtedly good news for Lu Yi. A moment later, Lu Yi returned to the place where he had first appeared. He found the teleportation portal and poured his spiritual energy into it to examine it carefully. Regardless of who created this formation, since it was left behind for the cultivators of the same organization to use in an emergency, there shouldn't be too many restrictions when activating it. To put it simply, it could be activated by anyone who injected spiritual energy into it. This made it easier for Lu Yi to pry into the mysteries of this array formation. After studying it for a while, Lu Yi soon found that there were some subtle differences between this array and the teleportation array he had set up. Even the void spirit pattern at the core was somewhat different from what he had learned in the book. In fact, it wasn't just the void spirit pattern. He had learned many spirit patterns from books, such as Sharpness and Defense, which were all in Madame Yun's book collection. However, there were some differences between them and the spirit patterns on the talent tree. Spirit patterns weren't unchanging. The subtle changes in yin and yang would often affect the overall effect of a spirit pattern. Therefore, there were often several construction methods for the same spirit pattern, and the power that could be exerted was also different. However, Lu Yi had done research before. No matter what the construction of the spirit patterns recorded in the book looked like, the spirit patterns on the talent tree displayed the greatest power and were the most convenient to construct. The spirit patterns on the talent tree seemed to condense all the essence of each spirit pattern together and use the most reasonable construction method to exert the strongest power. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't need to spend much effort to execute it. With a thought, the spirit patterns would naturally be successfully constructed, reaching a level where they could be activated at will. The void spirit pattern on the teleportation array in front of him gave Lu Yi a lot of gains, but more gains were in the method of setting up the teleportation array. The other party's attainments in the array Dao were much higher than Lu Ye's. This kind of opportunity to directly study a formation, cultivator, setting up a formation was rare, and he could often learn a lot from it. While Lu Yi was engrossed in studying the teleportation array, the cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge outside had already dug 3 feet into the ground. However, they had already searched the area within a radius of several hundred li. Yet, there was still no trace of Lu Yi. Seeing that made them both furious and helpless, many people dispersed, but there were still many who didn't give up and continued to search for Lu Ye's whereabouts. At the same time, a large amount of news spread out. It could be said that in the current Cloud River battlefield, as long as there were Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, there would be people paying attention to Lu Ye's traces. In principle, as long as Lu Yi dared to appear, even if he wore a mask, it would be useless. However, under such an atmosphere, there was still no news of Lu Yi. It was as if he had already left the Cloud River battlefield. Time flew by, and 3 days later, in the cave where he was hiding, Lu Yi let out a long breath and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. 3 days was enough for him to completely recover. He even replenished the spirit power in his spirit storage ring. During this time, he had been studying the teleportation array here. He had gained a lot. Not to mention other things, if he were to arrange a teleportation array at this moment, the teleportation distance should be increased by a few dozen kilometers. A few dozen kilometers should not be underestimated. For a Cloud River cultivator, a few dozen kilometers was indeed nothing. If they flew at full speed, they could cross it in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. However, such a breakthrough in the teleportation array undoubtedly meant that Lu Ye's attainments in spirit arrays had improved. Moreover, he was currently at the 5th Order Cloud River realm. In the future, his cultivation would improve. If he could gain something from this trip to the 100 Array Tower, his attainments in spirit arrays would also improve greatly. At that time, the teleportation array he arranged would be even more powerful. The only flaw was the experience. The experience of the teleportation array and the teleportation of the Heaven's Fate Pillar were 2 different things. The latter was silent, and the teleportation was completed before the cultivators could react. It was extremely stable and comfortable. However, the experience of the teleportation array was not so wonderful. When Lu Yi first arranged the teleportation array, he felt like he was stepping on air and falling into a bottomless abyss. After the teleportation was completed, he would feel dizzy. He originally thought that it was because his skills were not good enough, but after experiencing the teleportation array set up by others, he realized that it was not his skills that were not good enough, but the teleportation array was just like that. The further the teleportation distance, the worse the experience seemed to be. This allowed Lu Yi to regain some confidence. His spirit chi had fully recovered, and his research on the teleportation array was almost complete. It was time to set off again. Lu Yi woke up Hupa, who was sleeping at the side, and walked out through the passage. During the 3 days he stayed here, Yi had already found the way out. The way was not hidden. Not long after, he arrived in front of a rock wall. The rock wall was blocked, and there was no way out. However, this was just a facade. The rock wall was just a man-made barrier. Lu Yi raised his hand and punched, and the rock wall immediately shattered. A dazzling light shone in, and Lu Yi could not help but squint. After gradually getting used to the light outside, Lu Yi took out his spirit boat, stepped onto it, and flew up. He did not put Hoopa back into his spirit beast pouch. It had never liked staying in the spirit beast pouch. According to E, it was pitch black inside, and there was no sound at all. It was like a small space that was completely sealed off. That was the reason why Lu Yi did not put Hu Pai in the spirit beast pouch in the past, and only did so when he needed to hide his whereabouts. Now that his figure was memorized by many cultivators of Myriad Demon's Ridge, it would not be effective even if he wore a mask. As such, he might as well not use any useless disguises. The distance to the 100 Formation Pagoda was not close. However, as long as he was careful enough, there should not be any problems. Along the way, Lu Yi tried his best to hide during the day and travel at night. He also maintained a height of around 400 feet above the ground. At such a distance, it was easy for him to land and hide at any time, avoiding the possibility of being discovered. Of course, there were drawbacks to this height as well. If someone were to ambush him on the ground, it would be difficult to avoid. However, there were always trade-offs. Lu Yi could choose to fly at a height of 2,000 to 3,000 feet, but that would make it difficult for him to hide if he met someone. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The journey was calm and there were no twists and turns. Under the premise that Lu Yi deliberately avoided cultivators, he did not even see a single cultivator from Grand Heaven Alliance, let alone Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators. Suddenly, a message came from the battlefield imprint. Lu Yi checked and found that it was a message from 4th Senior Brother. Since Lu Yi left Huitian Valley, Li Baxian often sent messages to ask about his recent situation. Lu Yi would also occasionally tell him that he was safe. Although the two of them were not in the same place, their relationship did not change because of this. After a few simple exchanges, everything in Huitian Valley was as usual. Although some Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators would occasionally appear nearby, they never dared to disturb them. Firstly, Huitian Valley was now guarded by the wolf pack, and there were many formations left by Lu Yi. It was useless for the Myriad Demon's Ridge to go there. If they launched a large-scale attack, Li Baxian and the others could escape back to the 9 provinces at any time because of the Tianji pillar that Lu Yi left in the spiritual land. Secondly, when Lu Yi left Huitian Valley, he said that if anyone dared to break into his spiritual land, he would immediately kill his way into the spiritual stream battlefield and destroy their sect's encampment. No matter how unwilling the Myriad Demon's Ridge was, they did not dare to rashly attack Huitian Valley before Lu Yi died. Otherwise, they would only bring disaster to their own sections. It was not the first time that the sect destroying Yi had destroyed other sects' encampment on the spiritual stream battlefield. Who would not be afraid? To be continued. Chapter 671. After a simple conversation, Li Baxian learnt about Lu Ye's plan. His junior brother was skilled in formations, so it was only natural for him to go to the 100 Formation Tower to study. It was possible to say that all formation cultivators in the 9 provinces would do everything they could to visit the 100 Formation Tower when they reached the Cloud River realm. In particular, formation cultivators from the Myriad Demon Ridge would do so. The first section of the 100 Formation Tower was in the Mist Province's Heaven Expanse sect. It was the sect's treasure, so they could not enter it. However, the section in the Cloud River battlefield did not belong to anyone. Li Baxian did not say much after learning about Lu Ye's plan. He only warned him to be careful. After ending the conversation, Lu Yi continued on his way. Around half a day later, as Lu Yi flew on his artifact, he suddenly received another message from the battlefield imprint. He checked it in a hurry and discovered that it was actually his 4th senior brother who had contacted him. This was quite rare. His 4th senior brother would not disturb him so frequently. Junior brother, I've asked around about the 100 Formation Tower. The situation there is rather complicated, so I'll tell you about it. Afterwards, he received large chunks of information. Through the information, Lu Yi felt warmth in his heart. He could sense his 4th senior brother's concern. Actually, he already knew about all the information Li Baxian had sent him. He had been in the Cloud River battlefield for so long. Although he had never set off for the 100 Formation Tower, he still paid attention to the situation there. This was because there would be a day when he set off for the 100 Formation Tower. There was nothing wrong with making preparations beforehand. Just like his fourth senior brother had said, the situation there was rather complicated. If he barged in recklessly without knowing anything, it was very likely for him to suffer. Especially when he was at the Tianji Merchant Union a few days ago, he had specially bought a set of information on the 100 Formation Pagoda from the Tianji Merchant Union. It was undoubtedly much more detailed than what Li Baxian had scouted out on the spot. The information even included the experiences of many array cultivators who had challenged the 100 Formation Pagoda. For this, Lu Yi had spent a large amount of spiritual stones. Of course, someone as wealthy as him would not care about mere spiritual stones. They were all spoils of battle anyway, but he didn't expose him. After Li Baxian told him all the information he knew, he warned, "With your ability, you'll definitely be able to obtain a lot of benefits in the 100 Formation Pagoda. But you must not be greedy and advance rashly. Your cultivation is still low, so even if you encounter any setbacks, it won't be too late to explore in the future when your cultivation is higher." "I understand." "Don't worry, fourth senior brother," Lu Yi replied. A short while later, Lu Yi ended his communication with Li Baxian and continued on his way. On the spirit boat, Yi, who was sitting in front of Lu Yi, seemed to have sensed something. She glanced back and smiled. "Is fourth senior brother looking for you?" Although Lu Yi had exchanged imprint brands with many cultivators, it was rare for him to communicate with someone for such a long time. Lu Yi nodded. "Yes, he asked me about the 100 Formation Pagoda." Yi understood. Fourth senior brother must be very worried about you. How could Lu Yi not know this? Of course, he chose to leave Hutian Valley and lure away the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators by himself. He was afraid that Li Baxian would have the misconception that they had implicated him. But in reality, that was not the case. He had already been targeted. Even if he temporarily escaped back to the 9 prefectures and ensured his safety, what was the point? Unless he could hide in the 9 prefectures' main sect and not enter the Cloud River battlefield. To him, this was actually a choice. After all, he could rely on consuming elixirs to cultivate. If he stayed in the main sect, his cultivation speed would not be fast, but it would not be too slow either. He would still have an average standard. However, Lu Yi could not stand it. He cultivated in his own spiritual land peacefully and did not provoke or harm anyone. Yet, the myriad Devil Ridge people came to his door time and time again, so he could only fight back. Protecting the spiritual land so that Li Baxian, Giant Armor, and the others could have a stable cultivation environment was just a convenient thing to do. It was not the main reason. Reality proved that a horse could not grow fat without weeds. It was because of his decision to leave Hutian Valley that he had the shocking battle record of killing 20 million myriad Devil Ridge cultivators by poisoning them in the mine. That was why he could obtain so many spoils of war and subsequently change the breath fruit core. Because of this, he entered Immortal Essence City and brought out a large amount of soul water. This filled him with confidence for the trip to the 100 Array Tower. Staying in the main sect of the 9 prefectures was safe, but how could there be so many opportunities and benefits? Although fighting a battle of wits and courage with the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators was tiring and dangerous, the benefits were obvious. So, Lu Yi, you have to become stronger quickly. Don't let those who care about you worry too much. Lu Yi smiled soon. Now he could already kill 8th Order cultivators. If his cultivation could improve, he could even kill 9th Order cultivators. At that time, even though the Cloud River battlefield was huge, there would not be many who could truly pose a threat to his life. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When a well-ordered city appeared in his field of vision, Lu Yi knew that he had arrived at his destination, 100 Array City. In the entire Cloud River battlefield, there were very few cities with their own names. In the Cloud River battlefield, most cities were named after Heaven's Fate City and had different numbers to distinguish them. However, there were also some special cities that had their own names. The name Hundred Array City was obviously derived from the Hundred Array Pagoda. The distance between the two places was only a mere 15 kilometers. To a cultivator of the Cloud River tier, this distance was nothing. Many formation cultivators lived in the Hundred Formation City all year round, and would occasionally head to the Hundred Formation Pagoda to cultivate Formation Dao. In the beginning, there was no city here. However, because of the Hundred Array Pagoda, many cultivators would gather here from all over the Cloud River battlefield. Although Array cultivators were not a particularly big sect, compared to the smaller sects like Beast Tamer and Yenshur, it was still quite big. No matter what, every sect would have some Array cultivators who were responsible for setting up and maintaining spirit arrays. There were also many rogue cultivators who did not belong to any sect, and there was no lack of them who cultivated Array Dao. As a result, there were actually many Array cultivators in the 9 prefectures. With so many Array cultivators gathering at the 100 Array Pagoda, it naturally brought a lot of people to this place. No matter where it was, as long as there was a gathering of people, it would slowly grow, and 100 Array City was born. When the scale of this place grew to a certain extent, even the Heaven's Fate Commerce Alliance moved in. It could be said that 100 Array City was a city whose purpose was to serve Array cultivators. 80% of everything in the city was related to Array Dao. There was a reason why the 100 Array Pagoda was located 30 kilometers away from 100 Array City and not in the city itself. Many Array cultivators would stay outside the 100 Array Pagoda for long periods of time to exchange pointers with fellow Array cultivators. Or when someone challenged the pagoda, they would trigger the pagoda's resonance and gain some enlightenment and benefits. Therefore, it was not suitable to be too lively near the 100 Array Pagoda. As a result, 100 Array City was naturally not formed around the 100 Array Pagoda. Those Array cultivators would not agree to such a thing. Lu Ye's goal was not 100 Array City, so he naturally did not need to enter the city. However, if he wanted to enter the 100 Array Pagoda, he had to follow some rules. As for who set these rules, it was impossible to verify because these were rules passed down from generation to generation of Array cultivators. Of course, if one was truly capable, they could ignore these rules. However, this would ultimately make things very troublesome. Therefore, when he saw 100 Array City, Lu Ye's gaze passed over the city and looked at a broken pagoda 30 kilometers away. He had once been to the Sky Expanse sect and seen the first section of the 100 Array Pagoda. Looking at it now, the second section seemed to fit perfectly with the first section. If someone could bring this section out of the Cloud River battlefield and place it in the Sky Expanse sect, it would definitely restore 60 to 70% of the 100 Array Pagoda's glory. Unfortunately, no one had been able to do so since ancient times. The second section of the 100 Array Pagoda was the middle section. It had no base at the bottom and no roof at the top. At first glance, it looked neither fish nor fowl. However, there were obvious traces left behind by the erosion of time. The entire pagoda was simple and unadorned. Lu Yi flew over on his weapon and landed 10 kilometers away from 100 Array City. Looking around, there was nothing but a few crooked trees. The intertwining branches of the trees vaguely formed an arched space. If one stood in front of the arched space and looked straight ahead, they would be able to clearly see the 100 Array Pagoda. The arched space formed by the intertwining branches was like a door to the 100 Array Pagoda. In fact, that was indeed the case. One could safely reach the 100 Array Pagoda by passing through the branches and walking straight ahead. If one were to deviate from the path, it would not be a pleasant experience, because with the 100 Array Pagoda as the center, there was no place within a 30-kilometer radius that was absolutely safe. Those places were filled with all sorts of formations left behind by cultivators from different eras. Those seemingly inconspicuous places might contain hidden dangers. Since ancient times, generations of formation cultivators had refined their formations here. Almost every one of them had more or less gained something. Sometimes they would spar with others, and the sparring between formation cultivators was nothing more than setting up and breaking formations. Many formations had been left behind in this manner. Some people might have other intentions and deliberately set up formations in certain places, leaving behind difficult problems to test the formation cultivators who came later. Therefore, after generations of inheritance, there were countless hidden formations within a 30-kilometer radius of the 100-array pagoda. One might even trigger a formation after taking a few steps. This was also the reason why Lu Yi was willing to follow the rules. Of course, he could fly directly to the 100-array pagoda from any direction. But who knew if he would encounter a flight restriction formation? Once he encountered one, he would definitely fall. At that time, if he wanted to advance, he would have to break through the formations one by one. It was not as if such a thing had never happened before. There was once an arrogant formation cultivator who did not take the normal path and ended up trapped outside the 100-array pagoda. In the end, not even his bones could be found. In the Cloud River tier, Lu Yi believed that there was probably no one who could surpass him in terms of formations. However, formations were not something that could be looked down on just because one had a high level of attainment in formations. Some formations had existed for a very long time and accumulated spiritual power over the years. Even if it was a very ordinary formation, once triggered, it would erupt with terrifying power. To be continued. Chapter 672. Within a 30-kilometer radius of the 100 formation pagoda, there were many hidden formations and dangers. There was only one path that was absolutely safe, and that was to pass through the arched space formed by the branches of several crooked trees. Only then could one safely reach the 100 formation pagoda. When entering, it was this path, but when leaving, it was another path. When Lu Ye's figure landed, there were two people preparing to enter. The slight movement caused them to glance at Lu Yi, but they didn't pay too much attention to him. At that moment, Lu Yi put his mask back on and put the amber back into his spirit beast pouch. Although this kind of concealment wasn't very useful, it was still better than nothing. The two people had already passed through the arched space. As they walked, they could hear the sound of their conversation. The two were clearly formation cultivators. At that moment, they were discussing how to set up a formation. They each had their own opinions, and both felt that their method was more effective. Their debate was very intense. Although Lu Yi cultivated the Tao of formations after such a long time, he didn't have any similar experience apart from the time he exchanged pointers with the Heaven Expanse Sex Zhao Li at the Spirit Stream battlefield. He strolled behind the two and listened to their conversation. For a moment, he felt that it was rather interesting. However, the two clearly weren't very skilled in the Tao of formations. From Lu Ye's point of view, their debate was like an adult watching a child quarrel. He suddenly realized that in the Tao of formations, he was already far ahead of other cultivators of the same level. After walking for several kilometers, one of the shorter formation cultivators suddenly fell silent and revealed a pensive expression. When his companion saw this, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "It seems fellow Taoist Qi has realized something. In the end, my method of setting up formations is more effective, right?" His companion's silence caused him to misunderstand. For a moment, he was immensely pleased with himself, thinking that his companion agreed with him. The cultivator, surnamed Qi, didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and glanced at Lu Yi. Then he whispered to the cultivator, surnamed Yu, "Fellow Taoist Yu, did you notice that person just now?" "What?" The cultivator, surnamed Yu, didn't understand. "The person behind us. Don't look back. What about him?" The cultivator, surnamed Yu's mysterious behavior made him nervous. "Think about it carefully. Doesn't he look like a person?" The cultivator, surnamed Yu, reminded. He had been preoccupied with discussing array formations with the cultivator, surnamed Qi. So even when he saw Lu Yi at the entrance, he didn't pay much attention. But as he walked, he suddenly realized that this was the reason he was silent, and not because he had been convinced by the cultivator, surnamed Qi. The cultivator, surnamed Qi, carefully thought back. However, he had only glanced at Lu Yi and hadn't paid any attention to him. How could he possibly think of anything at this moment? He whispered, "Fellow Taoist, don't keep me in suspense. Who is that person?" The cultivator, surnamed Yu, said softly, "If I'm not wrong, he should be Lu Yi." Cultivator Qi's expression suddenly changed. Even a cultivator like him, who was obsessed with array Dao, had recently heard of Jade Bloodsex Lu Yi's name. He also knew that many cultivators from Myriad Devil Ridge were tracking Lu Yi's whereabouts. But there seemed to be no practical gains. If the person behind him was really Lu Yi, then things would be interesting. "Fellow Taoist Qi, are you sure?" The cultivator, surnamed Qi, said, "He's wearing a mask and doesn't show his true appearance, but his figure is very similar to the rumors. There are many people with similar figures in this world. Rumor has it that Lu Yi is proficient in array Dao." The cultivator, surnamed Qi, added. The cultivator, surnamed Yu's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's why he came to the 100-array pagoda. Even if we're wrong, it doesn't matter too much. At worst, we'll just apologize. But if he really is Lu Yi, then fellow Taoist will get rich today." Lu Yi was only a 5th-order cultivator, while the two of them were 7th-order and 6th-order cultivators. If they worked together, how could they let him escape? As their eyes met, the two of them understood each other's intentions. The cultivator, surnamed Qi, suddenly stopped and pointed to the empty space next to him. "Fellow Taoist, there is a killing formation here. I wonder if fellow Taoist is able to see anything from it?" He wasn't too sure whether there was a killing array here or not, so he just mentioned it casually. The cultivator, surnamed Yu, understood, tacitly. He also stopped and looked in that direction, saying, "Let me see." A few dozen meters behind the two, Lu Yi walked unhurriedly and sighed in his heart. He knew that even if he wore a mask, it wouldn't be of much use. Looking at the situation, his whereabouts had been exposed again. The two cultivators were still pointing at an empty space when Lu Yi walked past them. At that moment, the two cultivators stopped talking. A long halberd suddenly appeared in one of their hands. Surging with spirit energy, the halberd pierced straight at Lu Yi's back. The full power of a 7th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator was unleashed. The other cultivator seemed to be a spirit cultivator. A golden light blossomed in his hand and suddenly elongated, turning into a golden arrow. The golden arrow trembled slightly and also pierced through the air. The 7th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, Qi, didn't even have time to react to what had happened. He was stunned to see that Lu Yi was already less than a meter away from him. In his field of vision, he saw a fiery red saber slash at him. Then he felt his arm go numb and his severed arm fly into the air. "Ah!" A cry of alarm rang out. The cultivator, surnamed Qi's face changed greatly and he staggered back. However, Lu Yi had already slashed out a second time. This time, the saber brushed past the body of the opponent's halberd and slashed at his neck. Immediately, he passed by the cultivator surnamed Qi's figure and rushed towards the cultivator surnamed Yu. At that moment, the cultivator surnamed Yu had just used his golden arrow technique. Seeing Lu Yi closing in on him like a ferocious tiger, the terrifying pressure he felt made it difficult for him to breathe. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Without even thinking, he moved his feet and directly floated back. Lu Yi's long saber slashed down, and the support of the Twin Peaks' sharp spirit inscriptions directly broke through the person's protective spiritual energy, leaving a huge wound on his chest. However, this person was also sent flying out of the safe passage under the powerful impact. It was as if he had broken through an invisible barrier. When the ripples spread out, the man's figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Yi stopped and hesitated for a moment, but he didn't pursue. The place where the cultivator had fallen was covered by a spirit array. He didn't know when or by which spirit array cultivator. Before knowing the details of this spirit array, rashly rushing in was not a wise move. The other party had taken a blow from him and had fallen into an inexplicable spirit array. Everything pointed to a disaster. Even if he had the strength to break the spirit array, he might not be able to find his way back. Lu Yi withdrew his saber. Only now did the corpse of the cultivator, surnamed Qi, fall to the ground. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Lu Yi stepped forward and collected the cultivator's storage bag and spirit artifact. Then he kicked the corpse out of the safe passage. The moment the corpse fell to the ground, an explosion rang out. A huge heat wave, violent sound, and dazzling flames all indicated that an explosion array had been activated. Lu Yi was secretly shocked. Although he knew a lot about the outside of the 100 Formation Tower from the intelligence of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, and knew that it wasn't safe outside the safe passage, he didn't expect the situation to be so serious. There were truly hidden array formations everywhere. The power of this explosion spirit design was much greater than the one he had set up. This didn't mean that the person who arranged this array had a higher level of attainment in the Tao of arrays than him. It was just that this array had existed for a long time and had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Now that it had suddenly erupted, it was naturally terrifying. Continuing forward, only the red blood left on the ground showed that a great battle had just broken out here. The two cultivators thought that their cultivation was higher than Lu Ye's and that they had joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Lu Yi had even killed an 8th order cultivator before. A 7th order and a 6th order cultivator weren't enough to deal with him now. After walking for another 10 kilometers, they finally arrived in front of the 100 Formation Tower. Here, there was a relatively safe area. With the 100 Formation Tower as the center, the area within 1,000 meters was absolutely safe. Lu Yi looked around and saw that quite a few cultivators had gathered. All of them were formation cultivators. What made Lu Yi feel at ease was that some of them were wearing masks like him. This made him look less unconventional. There was an unspoken rule in the 100 Formation Pagoda. Regardless of one's background, everyone who came here was a formation cultivator. Fighting was not allowed in this area, because many array cultivators would cultivate here and comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of arrays. If there was a fight, it would definitely affect them. Not only was there no fighting here, even the sound of talking was suppressed to the extreme. Therefore, although there were many array cultivators gathered here, the atmosphere was very peaceful. Some array cultivators sat alone with their eyes closed as they cultivated. There were also array cultivators who sat in pairs and discussed the mysteries of arrays. There were even some who used arrays as a foundation to compare notes. Most people did not know the origins of others. Perhaps one of the two who were discussing the mysteries of arrays was from the Myriad Devil Ridge, while the other was from the Grand Heaven Alliance. Compared to the environment of the Cloudy River battlefield, this was simply a paradise. When Lu Yi had advanced to the Cloudy River realm and was preparing to enter the Cloudy River battlefield, Second Senior Sister Shui Yuan had told him that the situation in the Cloudy River battlefield was much more complicated than the Spirit Stream battlefield. Because there was no such thing as a sect encampment, cultivators in the Cloudy River battlefield generally did not know each other's factions unless they knew each other. As a result, cultivators from both factions often had the opportunity to coexist peacefully. Sometimes they could even sincerely cooperate. But to Lu Yi, it seemed that all that awaited him was being targeted and hunted down. There was no end to it. Feeling the peace and tranquility here, Lu Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. When would he be able to enjoy the treatment of an ordinary cultivator? However, he also knew that this was ultimately an extravagant hope. His name was already on the list of the major sects of the Myriad Devil Ridge. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. When people from the Myriad Devil Ridge encountered him, their only thought was to kill him or call for help to kill him. 7017K. Chapter 673. When Lu Yi arrived in front of the 100 Formation Pagoda, the law cultivator surnamed you who he had injured earlier, was trapped in layers of spirit arrays. There was a huge wound on his chest and abdomen that was bleeding profusely. Such an injury was very serious for a sixth-order law cultivator like him, but it wasn't to the point of despair. Even if he was just a law cultivator, his physique was much stronger than ordinary mortals, even if it wasn't as strong as armament cultivators or body cultivators. As long as he recuperated well, he would recover. What made him despair was his current situation. Previously, Lu Yi had opened up a safe passage for him, causing him to fall into the array. Fearing that Lu Yi would chase after him, he had fled as fast as he could as soon as he landed. As a result, he had completely lost his way. Even though he was sure that he wasn't far from the safe passage, he couldn't tell where it was. Since ancient times, countless array cultivators had left various spirit arrays here. With the mysterious cover of the 100 Formation Pagoda, the spirit arrays in this area seemed to have undergone some strange changes. If one didn't have high enough attainments, they wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. There was a skeleton beside him that had been dead for an unknown period of time. The bones had become loose and would shatter upon contact. Looking at this skeleton, the law cultivator surnamed you seemed to see his future. Moreover, there was a great danger surrounding him. Even though he couldn't tell what it was, he knew that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous spirit array. Annoyance, regret, and all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. He couldn't understand how a fifth-order armament cultivator could burst out with such power under the joint attack of him and a seventh-order armament cultivator. His companion was killed on the spot, and he himself was forced into such a desperate situation. But no matter what, the most important thing right now was to heal his injuries. It wouldn't be too late to break the spirit array here after his injuries had stabilized. Who knows, he might still have a chance of survival. But before that, he had to spread the news that Lu Yi had appeared in the 100 Formation Pagoda. How could he accept such a huge loss? If he couldn't live well, then Lu Yi wouldn't have it easy either. Raising his hand, he tapped on the battlefield mark and a message was sent out. Outside the 100 Formation Pagoda, Lu Yi looked up and counted. He found that the 100 Formation Pagoda here was the same as the one in Heaven Expanse Sect, with 33 floors. This meant that the last part of the 100 Formation Pagoda had 34 floors, which was the top. But so far, no one knew where this part of the 100 Formation Pagoda was. There was an entrance at the bottom of the 100 Formation Pagoda. When Lu Yi looked over, he saw an array cultivator walking in excitedly before disappearing. Another array cultivator suddenly appeared in front of the entrance. His face was extremely pale, as if he had been severely injured. His body was somewhat unstable. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. A cultivator who knew this person cried out in alarm and hurriedly went forward to help this person to the side and feed him a healing spirit pill. Challenging the 100 Formation Pagoda was extremely dangerous. Every level of the pagoda had a different test, but overall the test was divided into 3 types: breaking the formation, setting up the formation, and repairing the formation. Breaking the array meant breaking the array inside the 100 Formation Pagoda. Setting up a formation was a requirement given by the 100 Formation Pagoda, and one had to set up a formation that matched the requirement. As for fixing a formation, it was an extension of setting up a formation. An incomplete or flawed formation would appear in the 100 Formation Pagoda for the challenger to fix it. Don't think that fixing a formation was easy. There was a saying among formation cultivators: it was better to set up 10 formations than fix one. That was because setting up a formation was something one had to do personally right from the start. Everything would be done according to one's train of thought. However, repairing a formation was different. Only God knew how many hidden loopholes and flaws there were in a semi-finished formation. To repair these loopholes and flaws required a lot more time and energy than setting up a formation. While not destroying the foundation of the original formation, one also had to cater to the various ideas of the original formation. In this way, The difficulty was much higher than simply setting up a formation. If the test of the 100 Formation Pagoda was setting up a formation, there was basically no danger. That was because even if one failed to set up a formation, they would only be sent out by the 100 Formation Pagoda. However, it was dangerous to break or fix a formation. If something went wrong, the formation would be activated. Even if one didn't die, they would be injured. Every year, a large number of formation cultivators came to challenge the 100 Formation Pagoda. Many formation cultivators who were confident in their abilities died inside. That was only the danger of the test. Even if one passed the test, there was still a certain amount of danger. That was because after passing the test, the 100 Formation Pagoda would bestow a reward. It was a kind of reward that allowed the cultivator to receive a large amount of information regarding formation Tao in a short period of time. The effect was similar to Lu Yi checking the information on the talent tree's leaf. However, it was even more violent. When a large amount of information entered one's mind, one's soul would feel like it was being torn apart. The better one performed in the 100 Formation Pagoda, the more rewards one would receive. The pain of being torn apart would be even more intense. Lu Yi had relied on soul water to survive last time. Therefore, ever since he entered the Cloud River battlefield, he had been keeping an eye out for treasures that could restore his soul. Unfortunately, he hadn't gained anything until he accidentally entered the Immortal Essence City and obtained a large amount of soul water. Only then did he enter the 100 Formation Pagoda. Of course, the benefits an ordinary formation cultivator would receive in the 100 Formation Pagoda were not that exaggerated. Lu Ye's performance last time was too outstanding, and the benefits he received were too great. This caused him to bear an unprecedented amount of pressure. Under normal circumstances, cultivators who challenged the pagoda would be able to safely endure the benefits they received after passing the test and increase their attainments in Formation Tao. This formation cultivator who had suddenly fainted did not have any external injuries. Instead, his face was pale. This meant that he had exhausted too much of his mental strength. This person had undoubtedly gained a lot in the 100 Formation Pagoda. The benefits he received had already exceeded his limits, causing him to suddenly spit out blood and faint. However, after waking up, this person's attainments in Formation Tao would definitely improve significantly. This was a good thing. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind. Just as he was about to step into the 100 Formation Pagoda, he suddenly felt a strange rhythm. This formless rhythm was like a formless wind that radiated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had spread over dozens of miles. Outside the 100 Formation Pagoda, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the pagoda in surprise. Someone exclaimed, "It's resonating, it's resonating!" It was as if some treasure had fallen from the sky. Although no treasure had fallen from the sky, the resonance of the 100 Formation Pagoda was a blessing from the heavens to all the formation cultivators who lingered here. Because of this rhythm, formation cultivators would be able to comprehend the mysteries of Formation Tao more easily. Perhaps there were many things that they did not understand in the past that they could suddenly be enlightened at this moment and increase their attainments in Formation Tao. It was not easy to trigger the resonance of the 100 Formation Pagoda. One had to achieve good results in the pagoda's tests. Lu Yi had triggered the resonance of 100 Formation Pagoda time and time again in the Sky Expanse sect, allowing the formation cultivators of the Sky Expanse sect to benefit greatly. It could be said that after Lu Yi challenged the 100 Formation Pagoda, the Formation Tao attainments of the Sky Expanse sect's disciples had generally increased by a level. One could foresee that in the next 10 to 20 years, the Sky Expanse sect's foundation would definitely strengthen by a lot. It was precisely because of the resonance of the 100 Formation Pagoda that many formation cultivators would be stationed here all year round. Firstly, they were preparing for their next challenge. Secondly, they were waiting for the resonance that could appear at any time and reap the benefits from it. However, the resonance of the 100 Formation Pagoda was not so easily triggered. Many formation cultivators entered and exited the 100 Formation Pagoda every day. However, the resonance would only appear once every 3 to 5 months. To all the formation cultivators gathered here, the resonance of the 100 Formation Pagoda was an extremely rare experience that could only be encountered by chance. Therefore, when they sensed the strange rhythm of the 100 Formation Pagoda, all the formation cultivators closed their eyes and silently comprehended the mysteries within. Even Lu Yi was rooted to the spot. At this moment, he clearly felt that his thoughts had become much clearer, and all sorts of knowledge about the Tao of arrays surged through his mind. Many things that he had previously thought he had thoroughly grasped, but now that he thought about it again, he was able to gain new insights. The rhythm continued, and all the formation cultivators were immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the strange rhythm gradually disappeared. The formation cultivators who were immersed in it came back to their senses and carefully savored their gains. Loud laughter could be heard. Clearly, they had gained a lot. The formation cultivators beside them all revealed envious expressions. Although Lu Yi also gained something, it wasn't much. His current attainments in the array Tao were similar to the power of his spirit, far surpassing cultivators of the same level. This kind of rhythm wasn't of much use to him. If he wanted to raise his attainments in formation Tao, he still needed to personally challenge the pagoda and obtain good results. At the bottom of the 100 Formation Pagoda in the Sky Expanse sect, there was a stone tablet. According to the Sky Expanse sect's Grand Elder Bai Qian, the stone tablet was probably used to leave a name for those who challenged the pagoda. Those who performed outstandingly would be recorded by the stone tablet for future generations to revere. However, because the 100 Formation Pagoda was divided into 3 parts and the Sky Expanse sect was only one of the 3 parts, the stone tablet was not of any use. The second part of the Cloudy River battlefield was located in the middle of the 100 Formation Pagoda. Naturally, there was no stone tablet. At the bottom, there was only a simple entrance. The entrance was pitch black and seemed to be connected to an unknown space. Lu Yi took a few steps forward and arrived at the entrance. Without hesitation, he walked in. His vision blurred, and he felt as if he had used the Tian-Ji pillar to teleport. When Lu Yi came back to his senses, he had already appeared in a small space. He looked around and realized that the situation was no different from what he had encountered when he challenged the pagoda previously. This small space was not big. It was only the size of a room. It was completely white all around, and there was nothing. On the wall beside him, there was a protruding stone brick. Based on his previous experience and memory, Lu Yi stepped forward and pressed his hand on the stone brick. With a slight force, the stone brick immediately sank into the wall. 7,017 K.